The sun hung low over the village of San Gregorio, painting the cobblestone streets with a golden hue as shadows stretched long and dark. It was a quiet place, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, where life moved to the rhythm of nature. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and with smoke, yet something colder, something unseen, clung to the breeze. It pressed on the villagers' minds, a weight they couldn't name but felt in their bones. Children, once fearless in their games, now lingered near their homes as dusk approached, their laughter subdued. Mothers whispered hurried prayers while sweeping their doorsteps, and fathers returned early from the fields, glancing over their shoulders as though the forest edge might come alive. People spoke less in San Gregorio these days, but when they did, it was in hushed tones, as if afraid the very air might betray them. The first signs had been small. A dog barking furiously at an empty corner, its tail between its legs, refusing to leave the doorway. A forgotten plate of tamales left on the table at night, found untouched but with strange indentations in the morning, as if someone, or something, had nibbled at the edges. And then there were the braids. Long strands of hair twisted tightly in intricate patterns overnight, their owners waking with aching scalps and trembling hands. It was Maria who noticed the change first. An elderly widow who lived alone at the edge of the village, Maria had always been sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, unafraid of anyone or anything. But now she kept her shutters closed, even in the sweltering heat of midday. "There's something in the shadows," she muttered to her neighbor one morning, her voice like dry leaves rustling. The neighbor had laughed nervously, dismissing her words as the ramblings of an old woman, but by nightfall, she too had bolted her doors. The forest, which had always been a source of life and mystery, seemed to breathe differently. The rustling of leaves once brought comfort, the promise of rain or a gentle wind. Now, it carried a disquieting rhythm, as though something unseen was moving just out of sight. Birds fell silent at dusk, and even the crickets hesitated before singing their songs. Luis, the village carpenter, had returned late one evening from a neighboring town, his cart heavy with wood. The moon was full, its light spilling across the dirt path leading home. Luis swore he wasn't drunk, not that anyone would have blamed him if he had been, but he told of hearing a strange melody, soft and haunting, weaving through the night. It wasn't a tune he recognized, but it clung to him, pulling him into a trance. When he finally broke free of its grip, his horse had stopped, trembling, refusing to move. The next morning, his daughter Rosa found her hair braided tightly, though she hadn't touched it. Luis burned the clothes he'd worn that night and refused to work after sunset. Word spread quickly, as it always does in small villages. People exchanged stories in nervous whispers, each trying to outdo the other in fear and detail. Someone claimed to have seen a figure, tall and thin, dressed in black, with a hat so wide it shaded his face completely. Another swore they'd heard the same strange music Luis described, though no one could explain where it came from or how it ended. The stories began to piece themselves together, each fragment adding weight to the growing unease. Yet no one dared to say it aloud, the name that lingered at the back of everyone's mind like a shadow they couldn't shake. It wasn't the name itself that frightened them, it was the power it held, the way it seemed to bring the very darkness to life when spoken. One evening, as the village gathered in a small chapel for Mass, a sudden gust of wind blew open the heavy wooden doors. Candles flickered, their flames bending low as though bowing to an unseen force. Gasps echoed through the room as the priest crossed himself, his voice faltering in prayer. Some said they saw a shadow dart past the doorway, too quick to be human. Others claimed the shadow lingered, tall and unmoving, before vanishing into the night. Fear became a constant companion in San Gregorio. The villagers adjusted their lives to its presence, hanging protective charms by their windows and carrying salt in their pockets. Stories of strange occurrences multiplied, but no one dared to investigate. Even the bravest among them, young men who once boasted of wrestling wild boars or chasing bandits, now avoided the forest paths at night. Then there was Esperanza, a quiet girl with soft, dark eyes who worked at the bakery. She had always been kind, her voice gentle as she handed out warm pan dulce to the children. One morning, Esperanza didn't come to the bakery. Her father found her sitting on the edge of her bed, her hair braided so tightly that it cut into her scalp, her hands shaking as she clutched a single black ribbon. Her eyes, they said, were distant, as though she was looking at something far away, or something too close for comfort. She wouldn't speak of what had happened, but when night fell, her father watched her stand by the window, unmoving, as if waiting for someone. The villagers prayed for Esperanza, but they also kept their distance. Fear had a way of isolating its victims, leaving them alone in their struggle. And yet, even in their distance, they shared a common dread, a lingering question that no one wanted to ask aloud. What did El Sombrerón want? The moon was high, casting a silver glow over the quiet fields surrounding the village. Anna walked alone along the narrow dirt path, her arms full of wildflowers she'd gathered by the creek. Her mother had warned her to return before sunset, but the allure of the golden afternoon had stretched into twilight, and now the darkness pressed close, heavy and watchful. The sound of her sandals on the dry earth was the only noise, except for the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind whispered through the trees. As she neared the old sycamore, a chill ran down her spine. The air felt different, thicker, almost as if it carried the weight of unseen eyes. She hesitated, clutching the flowers tighter, their sweet scent no longer comforting. It was then that she heard it, a low, mournful tune drifting through the stillness. It wasn't loud, but it curled around her like smoke, pulling her forward despite the unease twisting in her chest. Her eyes scanned the shadows, and that's when she saw him. He stood beneath the sycamore, tall and lean, the brim of his hat so wide it seemed to drink the light of the moon. His clothes were dark, impeccably tailored, and his boots gleamed as though untouched by the dust of the road. For a moment, Anna thought he might be one of the wandering musicians who occasionally passed through the village, but something about him didn't feel right. His stillness was unnatural, and though his face was hidden in shadow, she could feel his gaze. "Good evening," he said, his voice smooth and rich, like the notes of a violin. "Out so late, Nina?" Anna's throat tightened, and she took a step back. I was just going home," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. The man tilted his head slightly, the shadow of his hat shifting but never revealing his face. "Such beautiful flowers," he murmured. "May I see them?" Her fingers tightened around the stems. She didn't know why, but the thought of handing them over filled her with dread. She shook her head, taking another step back. "No, thank you." He chuckled softly, the sound sending shivers down her spine. "Ah, but you wound me, Nina. I only wish to admire beauty when I see it." The melody returned, soft and insistent, though Anna couldn't see an instrument in his hands. It seemed to come from the air itself, weaving around her thoughts and making it hard to focus. Her legs felt heavy, as though rooted to the ground, and the world around her seemed to fade, leaving only the man and his haunting tune. "Such a pretty girl," he said, his voice now closer, though she hadn't seen him move. "And yet, so sad. Why do you carry such sorrow?" Anna's breath caught in her throat. She hadn't spoken of her worries to anyone, her father's failing health, the mounting debts that threatened to take their farm. Yet this stranger spoke as if he had peered into her heart. "I should go," she said, her voice trembling. She tried to move, but her feet wouldn't obey. The man stepped closer, and though his features were still hidden, she could feel his presence like a cold wind. "Stay a while," he whispered. "Let me ease your burdens. I can give you all you desire, health for your father, gold for your family. All you must do is trust me." Her mind screamed at her to run, but her body refused. The music wrapped tighter around her, and for a moment, she felt herself swaying to its rhythm. The flowers slipped from her hands, falling forgotten to the ground. As she stood there, caught in his spell, a small voice broke through the fog. It was her mother's voice, stern yet loving, reminding her of the stories she had heard as a child. "Never speak to a man who hides his face," her mother had warned. "He carries shadows with him, and shadows always take more than they give." Summoning every ounce of strength, Anna squeezed her eyes shut and whispered a prayer. The melody faltered, just for a moment, and she felt the weight on her chest lift slightly. She took a shaky step back, then another, until the music faded entirely. When she opened her eyes, the man was gone. Only the flowers remained, their petals crushed and wilted as though drained of life. Her legs finally obeyed, and she ran, not stopping until she reached the safety of her home. Her mother was waiting, worry etched deep into her face. Anna fell into her arms, trembling, the story spilling out between sobs. Her mother's grip tightened, and she crossed herself, muttering words of protection. The next morning, when Anna awoke, her hair was braided tightly, in intricate patterns she had never seen before. Her scalp throbbed, and her hands trembled as she tried to undo the knots, but they wouldn't budge. She stayed indoors, her heart heavy with fear and confusion, as the village buzzed with whispers of the man in the wide-brimmed hat. They called him El Sombrerón. The music would come first. Soft, almost tender, it floated on the night air like a secret, threading through the trees and into the hearts of those who heard it. It was not the kind of tune anyone could hum or replicate. It felt alive, wrapping around thoughts and memories, plucking at emotions like the strings of an unseen harp. Those who heard it often stopped whatever they were doing, caught in the sound's pull. Their breath slowed, their worries faded, and the world seemed to shrink until nothing existed but the haunting melody. No one knew where the music came from, though some claimed it rose with the wind or fell like dew from the stars. But those who truly listened, those who felt its weight in their chest, spoke of something more. They spoke of him. El Sombrerón didn't need to call out or beckon. His music did the work for him. It was a siren song without words, a promise of something too beautiful to resist. Even those who knew the stories, who had grown up hearing whispered warnings, found their feet betraying them, leading them closer to the source of the sound. He was never hurried, never frantic. His presence was like the music itself, fluid, natural, and unrelenting. He would appear as though he'd always been there, stepping from the shadows with an elegance that made it hard to remember the fear. His wide-brimmed hat cast a shadow over his face, hiding the sharp edges of his smile, but his voice carried warmth. It was a warmth that felt out of place, the kind that melted resistance while leaving behind a chill. "It's not often I meet someone as beautiful as the night," he might say, his tone as smooth as the notes that danced around him. And though his words were simple, they carried weight, sinking into the soul like an anchor. For the women he chose, it began with fascination. They would feel his attention like sunlight breaking through clouds, intense, consuming, impossible to escape. But it wasn't the kind of light that nurtured. It burned softly at first, then fiercely, until it left them blinded to everything else. And then, when their guards were lowered, when their minds swayed like leaves in the breeze of his song, he would begin his work. The braiding was not rushed. It was slow and deliberate, a ritual that seemed more art than menace. His long, thin fingers moved with a precision that defied human dexterity, weaving the strands of hair into patterns too intricate to be earthly. Each knot, each twist, carried meaning, though what that meaning was, no one could say. His victims never resisted. They sat motionless, mesmerized, as he worked. They didn't feel the pull of their hair or the strain on their scalps. Instead, they felt peace, a heavy and unnatural calm that draped over them like a thick blanket. The world around them faded, and they drifted into a waking dream where time lost its grip. For some, the dreams were sweet. They saw themselves dancing in fields of golden flowers, their laughter echoing into eternity. For others, the visions were darker, whispers in the shadows, hands reaching from the edges of sight. But all of them, sweet or terrifying, were laced with the same thread, a sense of being caught, bound by something they couldn't see but could never escape. When the braiding was done, he would leave as quietly as he had come. His victims would awaken hours later, their hair a work of unnatural beauty, woven into designs they couldn't replicate if they tried. At first, they wouldn't remember much, just the music, and perhaps a vague impression of a shadowed figure. But as the days passed, the dreams would return, creeping into their sleep and spilling into their waking hours. They couldn't undo the braids. No matter how hard they tried, their fingers would falter, their resolve would crumble. And as the braids stayed, they began to change. The music would linger in their ears, faint but unyielding, until they found themselves humming it without knowing. They grew restless, distracted, unable to focus on the simplest tasks. Their eyes grew heavy with the weight of sleepless nights, and their hearts ached with a longing they couldn't name. It wasn't just longing for him. It was longing for the dreams, for the world he had woven around them. For some, it was the sweetness of the golden fields, the warmth of a sun that never set. For others, it was the pull of the darker visions, the sense of being on the brink of understanding something profound and terrible. The villagers knew the signs. When a girl became quiet and distant, when her hair bore the telltale braids, they whispered among themselves and kept their distance. They left bowls of salt on her doorstep and muttered prayers under their breath, but they didn't interfere. They knew better than to cross paths with El Sombrerón or his chosen. There were stories of what happened to those who did. A father who had once tried to cut the braids from his daughter's hair was found days later, his face frozen in an expression of unspeakable terror. A boy who had dared to confront the man in the hat vanished, leaving behind only his shoes and a faint trace of the melody. But the braids weren't just marks of his presence. They were bonds, ties that held his victims close even when he was gone. And though he left them physically unharmed, he took something far more precious. He took pieces of their dreams, of their souls, weaving them into his music, into his story, into something that no one could quite understand. The villagers didn't know if those who fell under his spell could ever truly be free. But they did know this: when the music came, when the shadows shifted, it was already too late. The stars hung low over the jungle, their light tangled in the thick canopy of trees. Somewhere in the distance, the slow thrum of drums carried through the humid air, steady and haunting. The ancient city, hidden deep within the shadows of the forest, pulsed with a life of its own, though no human hands had tended it in centuries. Vines twisted over stone carvings, gripping the remnants of altars where blood and prayers had once mingled under the watchful gaze of the gods. It was here, beneath the towering temples and the watchful eyes of forgotten deities, that the story began. Long before whispers of El Sombrerón filled quiet villages, there was a man, a priest, some say, or perhaps a noble. His name had been lost, buried in the layers of time, but his deeds remained like scars etched into the stone. He was known for his beauty, for the way his presence commanded attention, like the gods themselves had crafted him with jealous care. His voice was a weapon, his music a spell, drawing all who heard it into his grasp. But his charm was not his gift, it was his curse. The priest had been chosen, not by the people, but by the gods. His task was simple but impossible: to guard the sacred dreams of his people, the fragile threads that tied them to the divine. Night after night, he would sit before the sacred fire, listening to the whispers of the gods as they wove their stories into the lives of mortals. It was said that he could braid the dreams into forms no mortal could comprehend, patterns that shimmered like moonlight on water. These braids were sacred, a bridge between the heavens and the earth. But the priest was human, and humans are never satisfied. As the years passed, his power grew, and so did his pride. He began to shape the dreams not as the gods intended, but as he desired, twisting them into shapes that pleased his own heart. He sought not only to protect the dreams, but to own them, to wield them like a blade against those who stood in his way. He became a weaver not of peace, but of ambition, using the threads of others' souls to strengthen his own. The gods, patient and eternal, watched. They allowed him his arrogance, his defiance, until the moment came to remind him of his place. On the night of the black moon, when the sky was empty and the world felt unmoored, the gods descended. Their voices filled the jungle, a sound like the earth splitting apart, and their anger was as vast as the ocean. They tore the dreams from his hands, unraveling the threads he had stolen, and cast him into the darkness. But they did not kill him, that would have been merciful. Instead, they bound him to the shadows, weaving his soul into the fabric of the night. They cursed him to wander forever, a keeper of stolen dreams, forbidden to rest, forbidden to love, forbidden to die. They stripped him of his name, his face, and left him only his music, a reminder of what he had once been and what he could never be again. Some say the wide brim of his hat hides the scars left by the gods, the marks of their wrath etched into his flesh. Others believe his face was taken entirely, leaving only a void beneath the shadow of his hat. Whatever the truth, no one who has seen him has lived to describe it. The curse did not end with him. Like ripples in a pond, it spread, touching the lives of those who strayed too close. His music, once a gift, became a trap, luring the curious and the lonely into his grasp. His braids, once sacred symbols of connection, became chains, binding his victims to him as he was bound to the darkness. The stories differ in their details, but one thread remains constant: El Sombrerón existence is tied to the dreams he steals. With every braid he weaves, every soul he ensnares, he feeds the curse, prolonging his torment and spreading it like a disease. Some say the curse has roots even older than the man himself, stretching back to the gods of the Maya or the Aztecs, whose wrath was as vast as their power. The gods, they say, created the curse not as punishment but as a warning, a reminder of the price of hubris. Others believe the curse was born of mortal hands, the result of a pact made in desperation or a betrayal so profound it echoed through eternity. The truth, like the man himself, is shrouded in shadow. But the effects are undeniable. Wherever the music plays, wherever the braids appear, the air thickens with the weight of something ancient and unyielding. In the villages where his name is spoken in hushed tones, the people still tell the old stories. They tell of the priest who defied the gods, of the man who became a shadow, of the curse that lingers in the spaces between light and dark. And as they speak, they glance over their shoulders, as though the shadows might be listening. The air in the cavern was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something sharper, metallic, almost bitter. A single candle flickered in the center of the room, its weak light casting strange shadows on the jagged walls. The man knelt before it, his head bowed, his breath trembling as if he had already begun to regret what he was about to do. But regret didn't matter anymore. Desperation had swallowed it whole. He had tried everything, every prayer, every offering, every whispered plea to the gods he once believed in. None of it had worked. The sickness had taken his daughter in its cold grip, leaving her frail and fading before his eyes. The healers had turned him away, their remedies useless, their pity more unbearable than their indifference. And so he had come here, to the place where men were not supposed to tread, seeking the thing no god or mortal could give him, hope. The voice came softly at first, a murmur that seemed to rise from the stones themselves. "What is it you seek?" He froze, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. The stories had warned him about this place, about what waited in the darkness. But those stories had been for people with choices. "My daughter," he whispered, his voice cracking. "She is dying. And what would you give to save her?" The voice was smooth, without malice, but it carried a weight that made his knees buckle further. He looked up, his eyes scanning the shadows, but there was nothing, only the candlelight, flickering against the walls. "Anything," he said. The word hung in the air like a blade, sharp and dangerous. For a moment, there was silence, and then a shape began to take form in the darkness. It was not a man, though it wore the rough outline of one. Its figure seemed to shift with every flicker of the candle, its edges soft and fluid, like smoke. But the eyes, 2 points of light that burned like embers, were fixed, unyielding. "There is a price for everything," the figure said, stepping closer. "Even miracles." He nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "I'll pay it. Whatever it is." The figure tilted its head, as if amused. "Be sure of what you say. The bargain, once struck, cannot be undone." The man didn't hesitate. "I'll pay it," he repeated. "Just save her." The figure extended a hand, its fingers long and shadowed, more suggestion than flesh. "Then it is done." The air grew colder, the candle sputtering as the figure whispered something low and ancient. The man couldn't understand the words, but they wrapped around him like chains, tightening until he could barely breathe. Then, as quickly as it began, the shadows receded, leaving only the faint echo of the figure's final words. "She will live. But you will belong to me." At first, it seemed the bargain had worked. When he returned home, his daughter's fever had broken, her cheeks flushed with life. She smiled at him, her small hand reaching for his, and for a moment, he believed it had all been worth it. But the shadows came for him that very night. He had thought he would have time, that the figure's promise was distant, vague. Instead, it arrived with the first breath of darkness, curling around him like smoke. He tried to scream, but no sound came. He tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. "You are mine," the voice whispered, and the shadows pulled him under. When he awoke, he was no longer himself. His hands, once calloused and strong, now felt light and insubstantial. His reflection, once familiar, was gone, replaced by a faceless void beneath a wide-brimmed hat. And worst of all, his music, the melodies he had once played to soothe his daughter to sleep, now carried a darkness he couldn't control. The figure had taken not only his freedom but his identity, twisting him into a creature of its own making. He was cursed to wander, to weave the same shadows that had consumed him, binding others to the fate he could no longer escape. The pact, whispered of but rarely understood, was not just a trade of life for life. It was a trap, a snare that ensnared the soul as thoroughly as any braid he would come to weave. And though he walked among the living, the man was no longer alive. He was a shadow, bound to the one who had granted his wish, doomed to carry out its will for all eternity. But the shadow's master had made one mistake. The man, though broken, retained a sliver of himself, a fragment of the love that had driven him to make the bargain. It burned within him, faint but unyielding, and it was that spark that gave him his strange allure. It was why his victims, even as they fell under his spell, felt a trace of warmth in his gaze, a hint of sorrow in his touch. And so he wandered, his music carrying both beauty and despair, his hands weaving braids that bound and betrayed. Each victim was a reminder of the price he had paid, the pact he had made, and the master who still waited in the shadows, watching. The sun hung low over the horizon, its golden rays spilling over the mountains and bathing the village in a light that felt almost holy. Father Emilio stood at the edge of the clearing, his fingers gripping the worn cross hanging from his neck. Around him, the forest hummed with life, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of birds, but the weight in his chest silenced it all. He wasn't sure if it was fear, doubt, or the heavy burden of his purpose. Perhaps it was all three. The village seemed ordinary enough. Children ran barefoot through the dusty paths, their laughter mingling with the murmur of women grinding maize. Smoke curled lazily from thatched roofs, carrying the scent of roasted corn and something richer, spiced. But there was something else, something that lay beneath the surface, like a current in deep water. Father Emilio had been sent here to bring salvation, to teach the word of God to those who had not yet heard it. Yet, as he watched the villagers move with a quiet reverence he couldn't place, he felt as though it was he who stood on foreign ground. "They say this place is different," Brother Mateo murmured beside him, his voice barely above a whisper. He had been silent for most of the journey, his youthful face marked by unease. Emilio glanced at him, his gaze sharp. "Different how?" Mateo hesitated, his eyes darting toward the villagers. "The stories. They speak of spirits, of men who wander the night with songs that charm and destroy." Emilio frowned, his grip tightening on the cross. "Superstitions," he said, though the words felt thin in his mouth. "It is our duty to guide them away from such things." But even as he spoke, he couldn't ignore the unease curling in his stomach. He had heard the whispers too, the tales of shadowed figures and strange music that lured the unsuspecting into darkness. Stories of El Sombrerón. That night, the missionaries gathered in the small wooden chapel they had built upon their arrival. The space was simple, bare walls, a single crucifix, but it was enough to remind them of their purpose. "We must approach them with patience," Emilio said, addressing the group. His voice was steady, but his hands betrayed him, twisting the cross between his fingers. "Their beliefs are deeply rooted. We cannot expect them to abandon them overnight. But how do we compete with something they've known for generations?" Mateo's voice rose, his frustration spilling over. "They worship spirits, offer sacrifices. Some even claim to see them." A murmur spread through the room, the tension palpable. "They are not spirits," Emilio said firmly, silencing the room. "They are the remnants of old fears, passed down and twisted into myths. It is our task to shine the light of truth into that darkness." But the words felt hollow, even to him. The villagers did not resist the missionaries. They came to the chapel, listened to the sermons, and even participated in the prayers. But there was something distant in their eyes, a barrier that could not be crossed. One evening, Emilio decided to visit the elder of the village, a woman named Abuela Xochitl. She was known for her wisdom, her connection to the land and its stories. If anyone could help him understand, it was her. He found her sitting by a fire outside her home, her weathered hands weaving a basket with slow, deliberate movements. She looked up as he approached, her dark eyes studying him with a calm that unnerved him. "Padre," she said, her voice low and rich, "what brings you to my fire?" "I want to understand," Emilio said, taking a seat across from her. "Your people, they hold on to beliefs that do not align with the teachings of the church." "Why?" Xochitl's hands paused, her gaze steady. "Because those beliefs are not just stories, Padre. They are the threads that bind us to this land, to those who came before us." "But they are not the truth," Emilio pressed. She smiled faintly, a mix of amusement and sadness. "And what is truth, Padre? Is it what you bring in your book, or is it what we feel in the earth beneath our feet, and the wind that carries the songs of our ancestors?" For a moment, Emilio was silent, the weight of her words settling over him. "Do you know of El Sombrerón?" she asked suddenly, her voice softer now, almost a whisper. The name sent a shiver down his spine, but he nodded. "They say he is a curse," she continued, her gaze distant. "A man who struck a bargain with powers he could not control. He wanders, lost and longing, his music both a gift and a trap. Some fear him. Others pity him." Emilio leaned forward, his voice low. "Have you seen him?" Xochitl met his gaze, her expression unreadable. "I have heard his music," she said. "Once, long ago. It is beautiful and terrible, like the song of the wind before a storm." He wanted to ask more, to press her for details, but the look in her eyes stopped him. That night, as Emilio lay in his small room, her words echoed in his mind. He thought of the villagers, of the strange reverence in their eyes, and the music that Xochitl had described. He thought of his own faith, the unshakable truths he had carried with him, and the doubts that now crept in like shadows at the edge of a flame. As sleep finally claimed him, he heard it, a melody, faint and haunting, carried on the wind. His heart raced, the sound both beautiful and terrible, just as she had said. He rose from his bed, his hands trembling, and stepped into the night. The village was silent, the stars burning bright above. But the music lingered, weaving through the air like a thread, pulling him toward the forest. The soft strum of a guitar echoed through the narrow streets, carried by the crisp night air. The melody was slow, mournful, and every note seemed to seep into the bones of anyone who heard it. Around a dimly lit fire, a group of villagers sat close, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow. A young man plucked the strings with a delicate touch, his eyes closed as if conjuring something ancient, something more profound than the music itself. He sang softly, his voice trembling yet firm, the words spilling out like a whispered confession. It was a ballad everyone knew, even those who claimed they didn't believe. The verses spoke of a man dressed in black, his hat wide-brimmed, his shadow long and unrelenting. They told of his haunting songs and the way his presence lingered, like a stain on the soul. But it was more than a song. It was a warning. The children listened with wide eyes, their small hands clutching their mother's skirts. The elders nodded along, their faces lined with an understanding born of years of hearing the same tale. And yet, each time the song was sung, it felt new, alive, as if El Sombrerón himself hovered just beyond the light of the fire, watching, waiting. In the quiet between verses, the wind seemed to carry the faint echo of a melody, so subtle it was almost imagined. But the villagers knew better. The song was not just a memory. It was alive, woven into the very fabric of their nights. The ballads were everywhere. In the fields, the workers hummed them under their breath, their voices blending with the rustle of corn stalks. In the markets, vendors sang fragments as they arranged their wares, their voices casual but tinged with unease. And in the churches, even as hymns were sung, the haunting melodies seemed to creep into the silence, uninvited and unshakable. It was said that the songs were gifts from El Sombrerón himself, left behind as a reminder of his presence. Some claimed to have heard him singing late at night, his voice low and sweet, the words wrapping around them like a spell. Others spoke of finding braids of horsehair left near their doors, tokens of his visit. For Maria, the songs had always been more than stories. Her grandmother had sung them to her as a child, her voice trembling with a fear she tried to hide. "Listen, Nina," she would say, pulling her close. "These songs are not for dancing. They are for remembering." Maria didn't understand then. The music was beautiful, its notes weaving a spell that made her heart ache with something she couldn't name. But as she grew older, she began to feel the weight of the words, the darkness that lingered beneath their beauty. One night, Maria heard the music for herself. She was lying in bed, the window open to let in the cool night air. The sound was faint at first, barely more than a whisper. But it grew, its melody rich and aching, each note a promise and a threat. She sat up, her heart pounding, and peered out the window. The streets were empty, the village silent. Yet the music continued, wrapping around her like a lover's embrace. The next morning, she found a single braid of black hair on her doorstep. She didn't tell anyone, but the songs her grandmother had sung took on a new meaning. The ballads were not just about El Sombrerón. They were him. His essence was in every note, every word. They carried his sorrow, his longing, and his curse. And as they passed from generation to generation, they ensured he would never be forgotten. But they also carried a warning, one that the villagers took to heart. "Do not meet his gaze," the song said. "Do not listen to his music too closely. And whatever you do, do not let him braid your hair." The stories changed with each telling, the melodies shifting slightly as they passed from one voice to another. Some said he was a demon, others a cursed man who had made a bargain he couldn't break. But the songs never wavered in their warning. El Sombrerón was not to be taken lightly. There were those who tried to challenge the ballads, to write new songs that mocked the old ones. They sang of brave men and fearless women who had outsmarted the shadowed figure. But those songs never lasted. They were forgotten almost as soon as they were sung, as if the very air refused to carry them. And so, the ballads of El Sombrerón endured, unchanging in their core, unyielding in their power. They were sung at weddings and funerals, and moments of joy and despair, their haunting beauty a reminder of the shadows that always lingered at the edge of the light. One night, an old musician named Don Santiago sat by the fire, his guitar resting on his lap. His fingers, gnarled with age, moved over the strings with a practiced ease. The villagers gathered around him, their faces expectant. "I will sing the song as it was first taught to me," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "Not the watered-down version you've heard in the markets. The real one." The crowd leaned in, their breaths held as the first notes filled the air. The melody was slower, heavier, each note like a drop of water falling into a still pond. His voice, though rough with age, carried the weight of the story, each word striking like a hammer on an anvil. As the psalm unfolded, the villagers felt the presence of something larger than themselves. It was as if the very night had leaned in to listen, the stars dimming their light in reverence. And when the final note faded into silence, no one spoke. Don Santiago looked at them, his eyes bright despite his years. "Remember this," he said. "The songs are not just songs. They are warnings. They are shields. And they are chains. Be careful what you sing, and to whom you sing it." The fire crackled, the only sound in the heavy silence. And somewhere, far off in the darkness, a faint melody rose, as if in response. The wind swept over the highlands, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the faint murmur of a love song. Anna stood on the ridge, her dark hair loose, swaying with the breeze. The mountains stretched out before her, their peaks veiled in mist, but her gaze was fixed on a small figure making his way up the trail. Her heart quickened, each beat a silent rhythm of longing and fear. Luis was coming. They met in secret, their love a fragile bloom that had to grow in the shadows. Anna's family, proud and unyielding, had forbidden her from seeing Luis, a humble shepherd who spent his days among the hills. But love, reckless and untamed, refused to be silenced. As Luis approached, his smile broke through the gloom of the evening like sunlight piercing a storm. Anna ran to him, her footsteps light on the rocky ground. They met with an embrace, her laughter blending with the gentle hum of the night. "You came," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I'll always come," Luis replied, his hands cupping her face. "No matter what they say. No matter who tries to stop me." But the highlands held secrets, ancient and restless. As the couple stood together, the night seemed to deepen. The air grew heavy, and the wind that had danced playfully around them now howled with a mournful wail. Luis tightened his hold on Anna. "Do you hear that?" She nodded, her smile fading. The sound was strange, a low, melodic hum that seemed to rise from the very earth. It wasn't the wind, nor the rustle of leaves. It was a song. The melody was beautiful, achingly so, but it carried an undercurrent of sorrow that made Anna's skin crawl. The couple turned, scanning the darkness for the source. That's when they saw him. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, his silhouette sharp against the pale light of the moon. His hat was wide-brimmed, his shadow impossibly long, stretching out like a black tendril toward them. He held a guitar in his hands, his fingers moving over the strings with a grace that seemed almost inhuman. Luis stepped in front of Anna, his body tense. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer. His head tilted slightly, the brim of his hat hiding his face, but they could feel his gaze, cold and unrelenting. The music swirled around them, filling the air with a hypnotic pull that made Anna's heart ache. "Stop," Luis demanded, his voice breaking the spell. "Leave us alone." The man's hand stilled on the guitar, and the silence that followed was deafening. He took a step forward, his movements fluid and deliberate. "You dare to love in a world that forbids it," his voice was smooth, low, and resonant. "Do you think you can defy fate?" Luis stood his ground, though his voice shook. "We've done nothing wrong. Leave us be." The man laughed softly, a sound that sent chills down Anna's spine. "Love," he said, almost mockingly, "is a fragile thing. It bends. It breaks. And sometimes, it must be taken." Anna clung to Luis, her fear mounting as the man stepped closer. The brim of his hat lifted slightly, revealing eyes that seemed to glow with an unnatural light. "Do you think you can protect her?" he asked Luis, his voice like a blade. Luis didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Anna, his hands trembling as he cupped her face. "Run," he whispered. "No," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Run." She hesitated, her heart screaming at her to stay, but the look in Luis's eyes left no room for argument. She turned and fled, the sound of her footsteps swallowed by the night. As she ran, the melody resumed, a mournful tune that seemed to wrap around her like a chain. She covered her ears, her sobs mingling with the music, but it was useless. The song was in the air, in her blood, in her soul. When she finally stopped, she was on the ridge where they had first met. She turned, her chest heaving, her eyes scanning the trail. But Luis was not behind her. The music stopped. She called his name, her voice breaking the silence, but there was no reply. Only the wind answered, its cry as mournful as her own. Days turned into weeks, but Luis never returned. The villagers whispered of El Sombrerón, the shadowed figure who punished those who dared to defy the rules of love and loss. Anna stayed on the ridge, her heart heavy with grief. Each night, she would hear the faint strum of a guitar, the melody rising and falling like a ghost's sigh. And each night, she would wait, hoping against hope that Luis would return. One morning, the villagers found her. She was sitting on the ridge, her hair braided in intricate patterns that no human hands could have woven. Her eyes were open, staring into the horizon, but they held no life. The villagers buried her on the hill where she had met Luis, her grave marked by a simple stone. And though years passed, the song remained, a haunting melody that rose with the wind, reminding everyone that love, while beautiful, could also be a curse. And as the night fell over the highlands, the figure of a man with a wide-brimmed hat could sometimes be seen standing at the edge of the clearing, his shadow long and unyielding, his guitar silent but ever-present. The hacienda stood on the edge of the plains, its silhouette jagged against the backdrop of a fading sun. Time had worn away its grandeur, leaving behind crumbling walls and broken windows that stared out like hollow eyes. The air around it felt thick, almost alive, carrying a silence that wasn't just the absence of sound, but the presence of something unseen. Locals avoided the place. It wasn't just the stories whispered by their grandparents or the chill that crept up their spines when they passed too close. It was the feeling, the weight of invisible eyes that followed anyone foolish enough to stray near. In the dim light of dusk, a young boy named Mateo lingered by the fence, his fingers gripping the splintered wood. He wasn't supposed to be there, but curiosity had brought him. His friends had dared him, and though his legs trembled, he refused to be the one to back down. The hacienda called to him, though he couldn't say why. It wasn't just the stories of ghostly figures drifting through its halls or the cursed whispers that floated on the night air. It was something deeper, something that pulled at him like an invisible thread. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the broken gate. The crunch of dry leaves beneath his feet sounded unnaturally loud. The air grew colder with each step, and the silence around him felt almost alive, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath. Inside, the walls were etched with faded murals, scenes of feasting and joy now smudged and cracked. The floorboards creaked beneath him, each groan echoing through the vast, empty space. The smell of mildew and decay hung in the air, mingling with something faintly metallic. He paused in what must have once been the grand hall, his breath hitching as he noticed something glimmering in the corner. It was a mirror, its surface darkened with age. For reasons he couldn't explain, he stepped closer, his reflection a faint outline against the tarnished glass. And then it moved. Not him, his reflection. It smiled, slow and deliberate, though his own lips remained still. Mateo stumbled back, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin. The mirror cracked with a sharp sound, and the air seemed to shift, heavy and oppressive. From somewhere deeper in the hacienda came a sound. A guitar. The notes were soft at first, barely audible, but they grew louder, filling the space with a haunting melody. Mateo froze, his heart pounding as the music wrapped around him, pulling him toward the darkened hallway. He didn't want to follow it, but his legs moved as though commanded by something other than his own will. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, the shadows twisting and shifting with the flicker of an unseen light. At the end of the corridor, he saw a figure. A man in a wide-brimmed hat, his face obscured, stood with a guitar in his hands. The music stopped abruptly as the man turned toward him. "Who are you?" Mateo's voice was barely a whisper. The man didn't answer. He raised a hand, and Mateo felt a sudden, crushing weight on his chest. He gasped, his knees buckling as the air around him grew colder. "Leave," the man said, his voice low and hollow. "This place is not for you." Mateo scrambled to his feet, his instincts screaming at him to run. He turned and bolted, the wall seeming to close in around him as he raced toward the exit. Behind him, the guitar strummed once more, the melody chasing him like a predator. He burst through the front door, the night air hitting him like a slap. He didn't stop running until he reached the safety of the village, his chest heaving, his body trembling. When he finally looked back, the hacienda loomed in the distance, its windows glowing faintly with a sickly light. And though he was far away, he could still hear the music, faint and mocking, as if the man with the wide-brimmed hat was watching him even now. The villagers listened to Mateo's story with grim faces, their eyes darting toward the cursed hacienda. They told him of the land's dark history, of the owner who had made a pact with forces beyond comprehension to amass his wealth. When the time came to pay his debt, he had refused, sealing his fate, and the fate of the land, in eternal torment. They spoke of the wandering figure who appeared on nights when the wind howled, his music a lament for the souls trapped within the hacienda's walls. Some said he was the original owner, doomed to an eternity of penance. Others believed he was something else entirely, a shadow born of the land's curse, feeding on the fear of those who strayed too close. Mateo never went near the hacienda again. But at night, when the wind carried the faint strains of a guitar, he would close his eyes and pray, his heart heavy with the knowledge that some doors, once opened, could never truly be closed. And the hacienda remained, a silent sentinel on the plains, its halls filled with whispers and its shadows alive with memories of those who dared to trespass. Beneath the gnarled branches of an ancient ceiba tree, a faint light pulsed, as though the roots cradled the beating heart of the earth itself. Few dared to approach the sacred tree, its presence both protective and unnerving. The villagers called it the Whispering Tree, not for the sound of its leaves in the wind, but for the tales it held, stories passed down through the centuries, bound to its roots like secrets trapped in amber. It was said that the tree marked the threshold of another world, a space where the seen and unseen converged. Those who stood in its shadow spoke of a presence, neither threatening nor kind, but watchful, a guardian tied to the land, its spirit as old as the mountains themselves. One night, a young woman named Isabella approached the ceiba, her bare feet silent against the forest floor. The moonlight caught the silver threads woven into her shawl, giving her an almost ethereal glow. Her heart was heavy with fear. Her younger brother, Diego, had vanished 3 nights earlier, his laughter swallowed by the darkness as he followed the haunting melody of a guitar. The villagers had whispered the name she dared not speak, El Sombrerón. Isabella had begged for help, but no one would go near the cursed hacienda where Diego was last seen. Desperation led her to the tree, its immense roots tangled like the fingers of giants. She knelt before it, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Help me." The air around her stilled, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. A soft rustling came from the branches, though the wind had fallen silent. And then, a voice, low and resonant, like the hum of distant thunder. "You seek what the shadows have taken." Isabella gasped, her eyes searching the darkness. There, beneath the tree, a figure emerged. Cloaked in flowing robes of deep green, their forms seemed almost indistinct, shifting as though made of the very fabric of twilight. Their face was obscured, but their eyes, pale and luminous, seemed to pierce through her, reading the secrets of her soul. "You know his name," the figure said, their tone neither accusatory nor comforting. "You have summoned me for this." "Please," Isabella whispered, tears streaming down her face. "He's just a boy. Bring him back to me." The figure tilted their head, their gaze unfaltering. "To oppose him is no small thing. He is old, bound to the land by pacts long forgotten. His power is rooted in fear, his music a chain that binds the unwary." "I don't care," Isabella said, her voice breaking. "He's my brother. I'll do whatever it takes." The figure's eyes softened, a glimmer of something ancient and sorrowful flickering within. "Then you must know, I am his opposite, his undoing. I am the keeper of secrets, the one who guards what he seeks to destroy. Where he sows fear, I protect. Where he weaves shadows, I hold light. But my power is not without cost." "What cost?" Isabella asked, her hands trembling. "You must carry the weight of your choice," the keeper said. "To face him is to bear the mark of defiance, a scar that will never heal. Are you willing to risk yourself for him?" Isabella nodded, her resolve hardening despite the tears in her eyes. "He's my family. I'll do whatever it takes." The keeper extended a hand, their fingers like tendrils of smoke solidifying into flesh. In their palm was a small, glowing orb, a fragment of light so pure it seemed to burn against the darkness. "Take this," they said. "It is my essence, a shield against his power. But be warned, his anger will know no bounds if you use it." Isabella hesitated only for a moment before reaching out. As her fingers closed around the orb, a warmth spread through her, chasing away the chill that had settled in her bones since Diego's disappearance. The keeper stepped back, their form dissolving into the shadows of the tree. "Go now," their voice echoed, fading like the last notes of a song. "And remember, light only triumphs if you believe in it." Isabella rose, clutching the orb to her chest as she made her way toward the hacienda. The forest seemed to part for her, the trees whispering encouragement in a language she couldn't understand. When she reached the edge of the cursed land, the air grew heavy, the faint strains of a guitar drifting toward her. She swallowed her fear and stepped forward. The hacienda loomed before her, its windows glowing faintly, as though lit from within by an unseen fire. She pushed open the door, her heart pounding as the music grew louder. There, in the grand hall, sat El Sombrerón, his wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over his face. Diego knelt at his feet, his head bowed, his hair braided with black ribbons. El Sombrerón looked up, his grin sharp and wolfish. "Ah," he said, his voice like velvet laced with thorns. "Another has come to join the dance." Isabella stepped forward, the orb in her hand pulsing with light. "Let him go," she said, her voice steady despite the terror clawing at her chest. The man laughed, a sound that echoed like shattered glass. "And what will you offer me in return?" She raised the orb, its light growing brighter. "Your time here is over." For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. He rose, his figure towering and menacing, but as the light grew stronger, the shadows around him recoiled. He snarled, his hand reaching for his guitar, but the notes that followed were disjointed, faltering against the radiant glow. With a cry, Isabella hurled the orb toward him. It shattered on impact, the light exploding outward in a blinding wave. El Sombrerón screamed, his form dissolving into the shadows as the light consumed the room. When the brightness faded, the hacienda was silent. Diego stirred, his braids unraveling as he looked up at Isabella with wide, tearful eyes. She knelt beside him, pulling him into her arms as the air around them grew lighter, freer. Outside, the ceiba tree stood tall, its branches swaying gently as if in approval. The keeper's voice echoed faintly through the forest, a soft, lingering melody that seemed to promise that, for now, the land was safe. The air was heavy, thick with an unnatural stillness that pressed against the chest and slowed each breath. A faint, silvery mist coiled around the feet, obscuring the ground beneath. It was neither day nor night, but an endless twilight where the light was dim and restless shadows shifted with a life of their own. This was not a place one stumbled into by accident. It felt intentional, as though the land itself had chosen to pull trespassers into its grasp. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling clouds, bruised with shades of gray and violet, flickering occasionally with veins of pale, cold light. No stars offered guidance, no moon illuminated a path. The horizon stretched endlessly in every direction, a vast expanse of desolation where no landmarks could anchor the mind. And yet, something was there, something ancient and unseen, watching with an unsettling patience. Far ahead, a silhouette emerged from the mist, a sprawling mansion of impossible angles and eerie grandeur. Its walls seemed to breathe, shifting between solidity and transparency as though deciding whether to exist. Black ivy crawled up its spires, the leaves moving independently of any wind. The doors yawned wide, an unspoken invitation that felt more like a command. The mansion wasn't the only structure. Scattered throughout the plain were towering arches and crumbling bridges that led nowhere, suspended in midair as if frozen in a half-formed thought. In the distance, a river wound through the shadows, its surface glassy and still. But there was no water in its depths, only reflections of things not present in the world above. Faces stared up from the riverbed, their eyes hollow and pleading, mouths moving in silent cries. Closer now, the faint sound of music drifted on the air. A slow, haunting melody played on a guitar, its notes both beautiful and cruel, as if the strings were spun from sorrow itself. The sound seemed to pull at the heart, compelling the listener to follow. But the closer one came, the heavier the feeling of unease grew, as though the song carried more than music, it carried intention, a thread meant to ensnare. At the edge of the mansion's grounds stood a figure, impossibly tall and draped in a shadow that clung to him like a second skin. His wide-brimmed hat cast his face in darkness, but his eyes glowed faintly, twin pinpricks of light that seemed to see everything at once. His presence was not merely commanding, it was oppressive, bending the space around him like a stone dropped into water. He stood still, his hands resting on the neck of the guitar slung over his shoulder. Every few moments, he would pluck a single string, letting the note linger in the air, as though savoring its effect. The ground beneath him was not soil but a tapestry of braided hair, strands of every color woven together in intricate patterns that pulsed faintly, like veins under the skin. The air was alive here, charged with energy that felt sentient. Whispers curled around the ears, voices half-formed, speaking in a language that was more sensation than sound. They promised things, power, escape, oblivion, but the promises felt like hooks hidden in silk. A soft laugh echoed, low and mirthless, as the Hat Man tilted his head, listening to the whispers as though they were speaking directly to him. His hand moved across the guitar, a cascade of notes falling like rain. The music rippled outward, and the ground trembled, shifting as though responding to his call. From the mist emerged figures, their forms indistinct at first, but soon resolving into shapes both human and not. Some walked with the slow, deliberate steps of the entranced, their eyes glazed and unseeing. Others moved with unnatural grace, their bodies bending and twisting in ways that defied reason. All were drawn to the music, their faces a mixture of rapture and despair. One figure stumbled closer, a young man with tear-streaked cheeks and a haunted expression. His hair was already beginning to braid itself, the strands weaving together without his hands touching them. He reached out as though to plead, but the Hat Man merely tilted his head, his grin sharp and cutting. With a single chord, the young man's movements froze, his body going rigid before crumbling into shadow, his presence absorbed into the landscape. The mansion loomed larger now, its doors beckoning like a mouth ready to swallow the unwary. Within, the walls were lined with mirrors that reflected not the world but twisted versions of it. Faces appeared in the glass, their expressions frozen in anguish or ecstasy, as if trapped in an endless loop of their final moments. The floors echoed with footsteps that didn't match the rhythm of one's own, a constant reminder that no one was ever truly alone here. Deeper inside, a grand hall opened up, its ceiling vanishing into darkness. In the center stood a throne carved from bone and obsidian, its edges sharp and jagged. The Hat Man took his place upon it, his guitar resting across his lap. He played again, this time a softer tune, and from the shadows emerged a woman. Her hair was long, flowing like liquid ink, and her face was serene yet hollow, as though her soul had been siphoned away. She danced, her movements fluid and hypnotic, every step perfectly in time with the music. Around her, the shadows danced as well, their forms shifting and melding, creating shapes that were almost human but not quite. The Hat Man watched, his grin never faltering, his eyes glinting with a satisfaction that bordered on malevolent. Outside, the mist thickened, swallowing the plain and erasing any trace of the horizon. The arches and bridges began to crumble, their remnants falling into the river below, which now churned with a restless energy. The faces within its depths twisted, their silent screams growing more frantic, as though sensing the inevitable. Yet, even within this chaos, there was something else, a faint pulse of resistance, a thread of light weaving through the darkness. It was fragile, almost imperceptible, but it was there, hidden beneath the overwhelming weight of the Hat Man's dominion. Whether it was the echo of a forgotten defiance or the spark of something yet to come, it lingered, waiting for the moment to rise. The night stretched wide and silent, the kind of stillness that swallows sound and makes even the faintest breeze feel like a disturbance. The moon hung low on the horizon, impossibly large, its silver light spilling over the land like liquid. It wasn't the comforting moon that lit lovers' paths or guided wanderers home. This moon was alive with something restless and knowing, its craters deep and shadowed like watchful eyes that had seen far too much. The light it cast was cold, sharp-edged, and unkind. El Sombrerón stood beneath its glow, his wide-brimmed hat casting an unnatural shadow that danced and flickered as though it had a mind of its own. His figure, tall and sharp against the pale light, seemed to draw the moonlight in, bending it, twisting it into something darker. The strings of his guitar hummed faintly, though his hands were still. It was as if the instrument itself had absorbed the moon's eerie song, vibrating in tune with the celestial pull. The villagers had always whispered that he appeared most often under a full moon. They said its glow made his shadow stretch farther, its light weaving his presence into places it shouldn't belong. Under its gaze, doors creaked open without reason, windows frosted over in the middle of summer, and dreams turned sour, leaving sleepers waking in cold sweat and confusion. Legends murmured of a pact, a bargain struck in the primordial past when the world was young, and the heavens were closer to the earth. It wasn't the sun that El Sombrerón had sought, but the moon, her soft light and silver touch, a force less predictable than her golden brother. They said the moon had seen his desperation, his hunger for power that couldn't be sated by mortal means. And in her cold, distant wisdom, she had answered. Her price, though, had been steep, as all celestial prices are. She demanded a piece of his soul, a fragment of his being that would bind him to her cycles forever. He accepted, and in return, she gave him gifts that defied understanding. She wove her light into his music, her glow into his allure, her pull into his every step. When he walked beneath her, the world bent to his will, his presence became undeniable, magnetic, terrifying. But it wasn't just power she gave him. She gave him solitude, for with her gift came her curse. When the moon waxed full and his abilities reached their peak, he was bound to her light, unable to find rest, unable to escape the pull of her gaze. He would roam endlessly, his music filling the air, his shadow trailing like a second presence. And when the moon waned, so did his strength, leaving him to retreat into his shadowy realm, a prisoner of her eternal cycles. It wasn't only his presence that changed under the moon's glow. Those who fell under his spell felt her touch as well, their dreams turning silver-edged and otherworldly. They would wake to find their hair braided with strands of light, intricate patterns that glimmered faintly before fading away. These marks were said to be her brand, a reminder of her influence, a token of her approval, or her warning. Some said that when the moon was full, she would descend to the earth, her light pooling in hidden glades and forgotten clearings. There, El Sombrerón would play for her, his guitar strings echoing her own sorrowful tune. His music would rise and fall like tides, each note carrying a piece of her lonely song. It was said that anyone who stumbled upon these moments would be unable to look away, their eyes locked on the eerie dance of light and shadow, their minds unraveling under the weight of the music's beauty and despair. Yet, the moon was not a passive mistress. Her cycles ruled him, yes, but they also limited him. When her light was absent, he could not walk freely. When clouds obscured her gaze, his power faltered. Those who sought to protect themselves from him would wait for the darkest nights, when the moon was new and her influence weakest. They would scatter salt and burn sage, creating barriers he couldn't cross, hoping to outlast his hold until the sky changed once more. But there were others who sought to harness the moon's power for themselves, believing that by invoking her, they could break his hold or turn his gifts against him. These were the foolish and the desperate, for the moon did not share her allegiance lightly. Those who called upon her often found themselves caught in her orbit, their fates entwined with hers in ways they could neither predict nor control. Stories told of a girl, young and wild-hearted, who had dared to challenge El Sombrerón under the full moon's light. She had painted her face with silver dust and danced in his path, her voice rising in defiance against his song. The moon had watched, silent and unyielding, as the two forces collided, their struggle etched into the fabric of the night. By morning, the girl was gone, her form scattered like mist, her name whispered in awe and fear. The moon's hold on him was not merely a gift or a curse, it was a tether, an anchor that kept him from fully slipping into the shadows. It was her light that revealed his presence, her cycles that defined his time. Without her, he was nothing but a whisper, a fleeting shadow on the edge of perception. Yet, with her, he was unstoppable, a force that could not be denied, a legend that lived and breathed and lingered. And so, each night, as the moon rose and cast her light upon the world, the question remained, was she his ally, his captor, or something far more complicated? Did she guide him, or did he guide her? Was their bond one of mutual need, or was it a punishment for sins long forgotten? The answers, if they existed, were hidden in the spaces between her light and his shadow, in the music that echoed across the night, in the silence that followed. As the moon climbed higher, her gaze fixed upon the earth, one could almost feel her sadness, her longing, her quiet rage. And beneath her, El Sombrerón walked, his hat tilted low, his guitar humming softly, his shadow stretching endlessly before him. The first note lingered in the air like a whispered secret, trembling just enough to make the hairs on the back of the neck rise. It wasn't loud, nor was it particularly intricate, but it carried a weight that felt ancient, timeless, and impossibly sad. Those who heard it often froze, unable to determine whether they had stumbled into a dream or if reality had bent around them. It was the kind of sound that made the world pause. El Sombrerón stood under the canopy of a gnarled ceiba tree, his guitar cradled as though it were alive. The strings seemed to shimmer, catching the faint light of the crescent moon above. He strummed again, a slow, deliberate motion that birthed a melody so haunting it felt like it carried the essence of sorrow itself. Each note wove into the next, wrapping around the listener like an unseen tether. There was no resisting it. The music didn't just enter the ears, it crawled under the skin, into the veins, and deeper still, until it felt like it was coming from within. For those who heard it, there was no escape. It wasn't a choice to follow the sound, it was an inevitability. Feet moved of their own accord, drawn like moths to a flame, like water to gravity. People said his music didn't just call, it claimed. It laid bare every hidden yearning, every unspoken regret, and every locked-away dream. The melody wasn't just a sound, it was a mirror, and what it reflected back was almost too much to bear. To some, the music was freedom. It unshackled their minds, allowing them to see the world with fresh eyes, even if only for a fleeting moment. It opened doors within them they hadn't known existed, granting them a clarity so profound it felt like flying. For others, it was captivity. It bound them to the very emotions they had spent lifetimes burying. It dragged them into memories they had worked tirelessly to forget, chaining them to the ghosts of their pasts. The paradox was as inescapable as the music itself, freedom and captivity, intertwined in a melody that defied understanding. And at the center of it all was the man with the wide-brimmed hat, his face half hidden in shadow, his expression unreadable. His fingers moved with a precision that seemed unnatural, plucking and strumming as though he weren't playing the guitar, but rather pulling at the threads of fate itself. The old tales spoke of the guitar as more than an instrument, it was an extension of him, a conduit for his power. Some claimed the wood of its body came from a tree struck by lightning on the night of his pact with the moon. Others whispered that the strings were spun from something far darker, threads woven from the essence of those who had fallen under his spell. Whatever its origin, the guitar was a living thing, humming softly even in silence, its presence as commanding as its master's. The melodies he played were never the same. Each was crafted for the one who heard it, tailored to their deepest fears and desires. A young boy wandering too far from home might hear a tune that reminded him of his mother's lullabies, sweet and laced with longing. A weary farmer, toiling under the weight of unending hardship, might hear a triumphant anthem that promised a better life, just out of reach. And a lonely girl, sitting by her window, might hear a love song so tender it brought her to tears before she even realized she was crying. But not all of his songs were gentle. There were times when his music turned sharp, discordant, and furious. These were the nights when his shadow stretched impossibly long, and the air grew heavy with dread. On these nights, his melody was a warning, a reminder of the price of crossing paths with him. The strings screamed and wailed, their sound filling the air like a storm, shaking the very ground beneath him. And when the final note faded, it left behind a silence so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath. To the villagers, his music was both a blessing and a curse. It brought beauty and terror in equal measure, weaving itself into their lives in ways they couldn't predict or control. Weddings, funerals, and festivals all bore his shadow, his melodies lingering in the background like a whisper. Even in his absence, the memory of his music clung to the air, impossible to forget. One story spoke of a young woman who had been lured by his music one fateful night. She had danced beneath the stars, her movements guided by a tune only she could hear. The villagers found her the next morning, her hair braided in intricate patterns that defied explanation, her eyes vacant and glassy. She couldn't speak, couldn't eat, couldn't do anything but hum the melody that had claimed her. Her family tried everything, prayers, rituals, even fire, but the music had burrowed too deep. She was lost, another soul tethered to the unseen strings of his guitar. Yet, there were those who sought him out willingly, hoping to bargain with his music. They came with offerings, their hands trembling as they laid gifts at his feet, begging for a song that would grant them freedom from their earthly chains. A farmer asked for rain. A mother asked for her child's health. A young man asked for love. And sometimes, he would play for them, granting their wishes with melodies that seemed to shift the very fabric of reality. But these gifts were never free. The music always took something in return, something vital, something irreplaceable. And still, the music called. It didn't matter how many warnings were spoken, how many tragedies were witnessed. When the night was quiet, and the first note floated through the air, there was no resisting it. The sound promised everything and nothing, freedom and captivity, joy and despair. It was a melody that held the universe itself, a song that could not be denied. In the end, perhaps that was his greatest power, not the music itself, but its ability to make people believe in it. To make them follow it, even when they knew it would lead them to places they couldn't return from. To make them hope, even as they feared. And as the final note faded into the night, its echo lingered, pulling them forward, binding them tighter, leaving them wondering if they had ever truly been free at all. It was never just a hat. The wide-brimmed shadow that crowned El Sombrerón was more than an accessory, it was an extension of him, inseparable from his presence, his power, and his mystery. Wherever he appeared, that dark silhouette was the first thing people noticed, and the last thing they forgot. The hat carried a weight, a gravity that seemed to draw on not just the light, but the very essence of the air around it. It whispered of curses, of ancient deals, and of a story no one dared to tell aloud. They said the hat had a life of its own, that it moved when the wind was still and remained perfectly steady even in the fiercest of storms. To see it up close was a rarity, a privilege that few lived to describe. Those who did claimed it was impossibly black, a shade that seemed to absorb every color and leave behind only a void. Its surface was smooth, yet unsettling, as though it was less a piece of fabric and more a shadow spun into form. The stories about its origin were as varied as they were haunting. Some said it was woven by hands that no longer belonged to this world, crafted from the night itself. Others believed it was a gift, or perhaps a curse, bestowed upon him during his fateful pact with forces unknown. There were whispers that it was made from the ashes of stars that had burned too brightly, their light extinguished to create something that would never fade. The hat wasn't just an object, it was a presence. It seemed to pulse with an energy that was neither alive nor dead, something caught in between. Those who stood too close to it often reported feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, as though they were being watched by unseen eyes. It wasn't the kind of fear that made you scream, it was the kind that rooted you to the ground, that made your skin crawl and your heart race without understanding why. And then there was the curse, or at least, that's what people called it. The hat wasn't just something he wore, it was something he needed. Without it, he wasn't whole. There were tales of those who had dared to try and steal it, thinking it might bring them power or protection. None of them succeeded. The hat always returned to him, no matter how far it was taken or how carefully it was hidden. And the ones who tried to keep it, well, they didn't live long enough to regret it. One tale spoke of a thief, a man who had spent his life taking what didn't belong to him. He saw the hat as the ultimate prize, something that would make him untouchable. He waited until El Sombrerón was distracted, his music echoing into the night, and snatched the hat from its resting place. For a moment, he felt invincible. The hat seemed to hum in his hands, a vibration that filled him with a sense of power he had never known. But then the air grew heavy, and the world around him seemed to shift. The shadows grew darker, deeper, and the thief realized too late that the hat was not a prize, it was a trap. By morning, he was found curled into himself, his eyes wide open, his hands clutched around a brim that no longer existed. But it wasn't just the thief who was changed. The hat returned to its owner, as it always did, but those who saw El Sombrerón after that night said he was different. His presence was darker, heavier, as though the hat had taken something from the thief and given it back to him, magnified. His music grew sharper, more haunting, and the shadows around him seemed to move with a life of their own. For those who dared to look closer, the hat was more than just an artifact of power, it was a mirror. It reflected not just light, but the essence of those who gazed upon it. People claimed that when they looked into the deep black of its surface, they saw things they weren't meant to see. Some saw their darkest fears, others their greatest desires, but all agreed on one thing: the hat knew them. It looked into their souls and showed them the truth they had been running from. But the hat's power wasn't limited to those who touched it or gazed upon it. It seemed to have a will of its own, influencing those around it in ways they couldn't understand. It wasn't uncommon for people to hear whispers in the dead of night, voices they couldn't place, calling them to step into the shadows. And when they did, they often found themselves face to face with the man beneath the brim, his eyes hidden, his smile sharp and knowing. It was said that the hat was the source of his immortality, that as long as it existed, so would he. But with that immortality came a curse. He could never remove it, not truly. It was bound to him, a part of him, and to be without it was to cease to exist. There were stories of times when he had been separated from the hat, whether by accident or design. In those moments, he was vulnerable, almost human. But the hat always found its way back to him, and when it did, his power returned tenfold. Even those who didn't believe in the man himself couldn't deny the power of the hat. It had become a symbol, a warning, and a legend all its own. To see the silhouette of that wide brim against the moonlight was to know that something otherworldly was near. And whether you ran or stayed, whether you hid or faced it, one thing was certain: you would never forget it. The hat wasn't just a part of his identity, it was his identity. It was the thing that made him more than a man, more than a ghost. It was the thing that tied him to the stories, to the music, to the fear and wonder that followed him wherever he went. And as the shadows grew longer, and the night grew darker, the hat remained, its brim stretching wide, its presence as inescapable as the man who wore it. The moon hung low over the fields, its pale light casting long shadows over the rows of corn swaying in the breeze. In the stillness of the night, the only sound was the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightbird. But to Isabel, the farmer's daughter, the silence was heavy, pressing against her chest like an unseen weight. She had always loved the nights in the countryside, until now. It had started a week ago. A melody, faint and haunting, floated on the wind as she sat by her window combing her long black hair. It was beautiful, but there was something wrong about it. It didn't feel like music meant to be heard, it felt like music meant to pull. Her hands had paused mid-stroke, and for a moment, she couldn't tell if the shiver that ran down her spine was from fear or fascination. She had dismissed it then, laughing at herself for being so easily unnerved. But the music returned the next night, and the next. It grew louder, clearer, and she began to notice the shadows outside her window seemed thicker, darker, as though something was standing just out of sight. She told her father, but he waved her off with a gruff laugh. "You're imagining things, Nina. The wind plays tricks on young ears." But she wasn't imagining things. On the fourth night, she saw him. A man in a wide-brimmed hat, standing at the edge of the cornfield. He didn't move, didn't call out. He just stood there, his silhouette sharp against the moonlit sky. Isabel stared back, frozen in place, her heart pounding so loudly she was sure he could hear it. And then, as if pulled by an invisible string, she moved toward the window, her feet silent on the wooden floor. She didn't want to go, but she couldn't stop herself. Her hand reached for the latch, trembling. Just as her fingers touched the cold metal, the sound of her father's footsteps broke the spell. She jerked back, the shadow outside the window disappearing in an instant. But the feeling lingered, like the room was smaller, darker, and the air thicker than before. Isabel tried to shake it off. She told herself it was a bad dream, that her imagination was playing tricks on her. But the following nights only brought more of him. He was everywhere. At the edge of the fields, by the barn, even outside the church when she prayed for peace. He never spoke, never moved toward her. But his presence was suffocating, a silent promise that he wouldn't stop until she was his. Her nights became sleepless, her days filled with a gnawing sense of dread. She avoided her window, kept her hair tied up, and refused to go outside after sunset. But no matter how much she tried to ignore him, he was always there, waiting. The music, too, grew louder, its haunting notes seeping into her dreams and whispering to her in a voice she couldn't understand, but felt compelled to obey. On the seventh night, Isabel reached her breaking point. The melody was louder than ever, filling her room, her mind, her very soul. Her body moved on its own, her bare feet padding across the cold floor as she opened the door and stepped outside. The air was cold, biting, but she didn't feel it. All she felt was the pull, the unrelenting pull. He was waiting for her, standing in the moonlit field. His hat obscured his face, but she felt his gaze like a touch, heavy and inescapable. The music swirled around her, and for a moment, she thought she might drown in it. But then a memory surfaced, a fragment of her mother's voice, soft and firm, telling her to never let him braid her hair. That small spark of defiance brought her back to herself, if only for a moment. She stopped, her bare toes curling into the dirt as she fought the pull of the music. "No," she whispered, her voice shaking. "You can't have me." The man tilted his head, his smile, though she couldn't see it, was a cruel twist in the air between them. He raised his hand, and the music grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't just a sound anymore, it was a force, wrapping around her like invisible vines, dragging her closer. Isabel's breath came in gasps as she struggled to resist. She thought of her father, of the sunlit mornings in the fields, of the life she wanted to live. But the pull was so strong, and she was so tired. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her hands clawing at the dirt as she tried to hold on. Then, in the distance, she heard the tolling of the church bell. The sound was faint, but it cut through the music like a blade. The vines loosened, and for the first time in days, Isabel felt a sliver of hope. She forced herself to her feet, stumbling toward the sound of salvation. The man in the hat didn't follow, but she felt his anger, a cold wave that chilled her to the bone. Isabel reached the church just as the bells fell silent. She collapsed at the steps, her body shaking, her tears falling freely. Inside, the priest found her and took her in, his face pale as she recounted her ordeal. He blessed her, prayed for her, and promised her she would be safe. But Isabel knew better. She had escaped him this time, but the shadow of his hat still loomed over her. She could still feel his gaze in the dark corners of her mind, could still hear the faint echo of his music in the quiet of the night. And as she sat in the safety of the church, clutching the cross around her neck, she knew that as long as the moonlight touched the earth, he would never stop watching, waiting. The night air was thick, almost suffocating, as Maria sat by the fire, her fingers nervously tugging at the strands of her long, dark hair. She had always been proud of it, how it shimmered like silk, how it cascaded down her back in thick, unruly waves. But tonight, her hair felt different. It felt like a weight, heavy and alive, as if it had a will of its own. She hadn't wanted to go to bed, hadn't wanted to fall asleep. But the lure of sleep, like the pull of an unseen hand, was irresistible. It started with a soft whispering sound, barely audible at first, like the rustling of a wind through the trees. Then the whispers grew louder, a faint hum she couldn't quite place, winding its way into her mind. The music she had heard in her dreams. A melody, both sweet and sorrowful, that always seemed to be playing just out of reach. And with the music came the sensation of someone else, someone watching her from the darkness. She tried to brush it off, tried to tell herself it was just her imagination. But then, she felt the tug, soft, insistent, at her hair. She froze. Her breath caught in her throat, her pulse pounding in her ears. The tugging grew stronger, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She could almost hear the whisper in her mind, clear as day now, "Come, let me braid your hair." The words were not spoken aloud. They weren't even a voice. They were just a pull, a command from the depths of her soul. Maria's hands trembled as she stood up from her chair, her gaze shifting to the window. She could see nothing, but she could feel it. The presence. The oppressive, dark force that had haunted her for weeks. And then she saw him, standing just beyond the trees, his wide-brimmed hat obscuring his face, his posture straight and unyielding. He was always there, lurking, waiting for the right moment. She took a step back, her heart racing, the fear gnawing at her. But it wasn't the man that frightened her the most. It was the hair, the way it moved of its own accord, twisting and turning in the air as though something invisible was braiding it, pulling it tighter and tighter with every passing second. Maria stumbled backward, her eyes wide with horror as the strands of her hair began to wind together, knotting in ways that weren't possible. The more she tried to pull away, the tighter it became. It was the curse. The braid, the one thing she had feared since she was a child, was taking root in her life. The more it twisted, the more it bound her, her soul tethered to the will of El Sombrerón. In the village, they spoke of the braid often. It was no mere superstition. Every girl who had fallen victim to El Sombrerón knew the horror of feeling their hair being braided while they slept, of waking up to find their locks tied in intricate knots that no human hands could have done. The braids weren't just a sign of possession, they were a symbol, a mark of the bond between El Sombrerón and his victims. The moment your hair was braided by him, you were no longer your own. You belonged to him. Your fate, your very essence, was woven into the strands, and there was no escape. Maria's breath quickened as she glanced back at her hair, now a mass of tangled, twisted knots. Each strand felt like a shackle, each knot a promise made in the dark, a bargain sealed with an unspoken word. She could feel the weight of it. The pull of something ancient and cruel. She was being claimed, slowly, inexorably, by the one who controlled the night. With trembling hands, she reached up to touch the braid, but the moment her fingers brushed against it, she screamed. The pain was sharp, like 1,000 needles pricking at her scalp. The braid seemed to tighten, twisting even more, pulling her head back as though someone invisible was holding her by the hair, yanking her toward him. She staggered backward, her hands frantically tearing at her hair, but it was no use. The more she fought, the tighter it became. It was as if the braid was a part of her, rooted deep within her very soul, and no amount of struggling could free her. Her vision blurred with tears as the melody returned, louder now, wrapping around her mind like a cocoon. The whispers in her ears were no longer faint but clear and commanding. Come to me. Let me braid your hair, and I will give you everything you desire. But it wasn't true, she knew. It was a lie. El Sombrerán's promises were nothing but chains. The braid was not a gift, it was a curse, a symbol of her captivity. The longer she stayed bound by it, the more her will would slip away. She would become just another lost soul in his web, another spirit tangled in his dark, unbreakable threads. In her desperation, she reached out for the scissors, her fingers numb with fear, but the moment she touched them, the braid tightened even more, pulling her toward the dark figure standing just beyond the window. His presence was a dark cloud, suffocating and cold. She could feel his gaze on her, though his face was hidden beneath the shadow of his hat. It wasn't just the hair that held her captive, it was the promise, the unspoken bargain that came with it. The braid was not just a physical thing, it was the link between El Sombrerón and his victims. It was how he controlled them, how he wove them into his world. The more tightly the braid twisted, the more tightly their fates were entwined with his. Maria knew this was no simple curse. It was a promise that once he had you, he would never let you go. And as the music played, as the braid pulled tighter and tighter, she realized just how close she was to losing herself completely. The braid wasn't just hair. It was everything. It was her future. Her soul. And with every twist, with every knot that formed, she could feel herself slipping further away from the world she knew, from the life she had once taken for granted. The music swirled around her like a dream that would never end, not until she became part of it. Until she, too, was woven into the dark tapestry of El Sombrerán's world. It began like a whisper on the wind, so soft, so gentle, that it almost felt like the rustling of leaves. But it wasn't the wind. It was music. A haunting melody, so delicate that it seemed to be part of the night itself. No one could ever quite place it, the way the notes danced through the air, weaving in and out of their thoughts like an elusive dream. It was just a faint tune, a melody you couldn't forget once you heard it. A melody that once caught in your ear would not leave. Lucia first heard it when she was alone in the field, picking wildflowers as the sun dipped behind the mountains. It was quiet, peaceful. The kind of evening that felt untouched by time. But then, just as she reached down to pluck another bloom, she heard it. The music. It was soft at first, no louder than the breeze stirring through the grass. But as she stood still, trying to understand where it came from, it grew clearer, and with it, a strange sense of unease. The notes were sweet, hauntingly beautiful, yet something about them felt wrong. They made her heart race, made her skin prickle with a sensation she couldn't name. It was like a lullaby for the soul, but it had the power to drag you down into a place where light couldn't reach. She looked around, her heart thudding in her chest. No one else was around. The village was miles away. Yet the music swirled around her, not in the distance, but inside her mind. Every note was a hook, pulling her deeper into something dark. Her feet moved before she even realized it, the melody guiding her, coaxing her forward, toward the edge of the woods. Her body was moving as if it were being controlled by the music itself, no longer her own. Her thoughts began to cloud, her mind growing heavy with each note. She knew she should stop, should turn back, but the music, so enchanting, so insistent, drove her forward. And with every step, it grew louder. It wasn't just a song, it was an enchantment, a spell that wrapped itself around her heart, tightening with each note. She felt herself slipping, as though the melody was slowly pulling her away from the world she knew. Her body moved toward the sound, drawn to it like a moth to a flame. But no matter how hard she tried to fight it, her legs kept carrying her toward that dark place, where the music called out, "Come to me." The rhythm was relentless, never slowing, never giving her a chance to breathe. It didn't matter how much she begged herself to stop, how much she cried out for control. The melody crept deeper into her thoughts, until she could no longer tell where the music ended and her mind began. It was as if the song was a part of her now, woven into her very being, pulsing through her veins like a second heartbeat. And then, she saw him. El Sombrerón. He stood just beyond the trees, his wide-brimmed hat shadowing his face, his body still as stone. His presence was like the music itself, so overwhelming, so oppressive, that she couldn't escape it. His gaze locked onto her, though she couldn't see his eyes. His very being radiated a cold, unrelenting power that seemed to pull the air from her lungs. Lucia's breath hitched in her throat as the music stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. But she didn't move. Her body was no longer her own. It was as if the music, the melody, had taken her soul, and now she was a puppet in El Sombrerón hands. The music, though it had stopped, still echoed in her mind. It wasn't just a song, it was a part of him, a part of his power. And as long as she could hear it, she would never be free. The legend said the music was his way of ensnaring souls, his way of weaving the strings of fate so tightly around his victims that they could never escape. And in that moment, Lucia understood. The music was not just a lure, it was a trap, one that bound you to him, whether you wanted to be or not. As she stood there, frozen in place, the wind picked up again, carrying with it a soft, mournful tune. But this time, it wasn't the same. This time, it was colder, sharper, filled with a despair that seemed to choke the very life out of her. It was like the song of the lost, of those who had wandered into the night, never to return. The music continued, louder now, and Lucia felt the pull in her chest, her heart beating in time with the rhythm. She wanted to fight it, wanted to scream, to run, but it was too late. She was already part of it, part of the song that never ended. Her thoughts blurred into the melody, her existence swallowed by the unrelenting rhythm. And then, as if in a cruel twist, the music stopped once again. Lucia was left standing in the silence, her mind ringing with the echoes of the melody that still played in her soul, a song that would never leave her. It was the music that would follow her, haunting her every waking moment, reminding her that she was no longer free. She had heard it. And now, she was his. The music had claimed her, as it had claimed so many others before. There was no escaping it now. It would play forever in the corners of her mind, a constant reminder of the price she had paid. And in the distance, El Sombrerón stood, his form fading into the shadows, his hat ever present, as the music swirled around her, the haunting melody that would never stop. It was midnight when the first crack of thunder echoed across the sky, followed by a soft, haunting melody carried on the wind. Ricardo had been walking home, a few hours past dusk, his thoughts wandering as he made his way along the narrow path through the countryside. The field stretched endlessly on either side, empty and quiet, save for the rustling of leaves in the trees. But tonight, the wind felt different. It tugged at him, urging him to walk faster. The air was colder than it should have been for a summer night. He glanced over his shoulder, but there was no one there. Only the dark, empty stretch of land behind him. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. The music began again, soft at first, like a distant lullaby that couldn't be ignored. The sound was strange, so faint that it seemed to come from inside his own mind. He shook his head, trying to dismiss it, but it only grew louder. Every note pierced through him like a cold whisper, a beckoning that chilled his bones. He picked up his pace, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't just the music now. No, there was something else. The sound of footsteps behind him, quiet at first, but steadily drawing nearer. He turned, heart racing, but saw nothing. The path remained empty, save for the dark shadows of trees swaying in the breeze. But as he turned back to continue his walk, the presence grew stronger, closer, like an invisible force pushing him to move faster. He felt it now, someone or something was chasing him. Ricardo broke into a sprint, his legs pumping with fear as he raced down the path, the sound of the music now a constant, haunting rhythm in his ears. He was no longer just running from the darkness, he was running from something far worse. The melody twisted in his mind, making it hard to think, harder still to breathe. With every step, the music seemed to pull at him, a slow, steady drag that made him feel as though he were being drawn toward something he couldn't escape. The wind howled louder as the trees bent and groaned around him, their shadows twisting unnaturally. The sound of his own breath was drowned out by the eerie melody that now seemed to surround him, echoing in his chest, and his very soul. Ricardo could hear the footsteps now, swift and measured, moving just behind him, growing closer with every frantic step he took. He didn't dare look back. He didn't need to. He could feel the presence, a darkness that moved like a shadow, always just out of sight but never out of reach. The music was relentless now, pounding in his ears, a heartbeat that wasn't his own. It was as though the very earth beneath him was alive, pulsing with a malevolent energy. His breath was ragged, his legs burning, but he couldn't stop. His feet were moving on their own, as if the music itself was pushing him forward, urging him to keep running. It was no longer about getting home. It was about survival. Then, in a blur of motion, something brushed against him. The brush of fabric. The cold touch of a hand on his arm. His heart lurched, and for a moment, he thought he saw a shadow in the corner of his eye, an outline of a man, tall and unmoving, his wide-brimmed hat casting a dark veil over his face. Ricardo stumbled, nearly falling, but he kept running. There was no time to stop, no time to think. The darkness was too close now, the air too thick. The music was a pulse that filled his entire body, urging him forward, even though his mind screamed to turn and face the thing behind him. He could hear it now, clearer than ever, the faint whisper of footsteps behind him, no longer just a sound, but a presence. It was real. The music was real. The darkness was real. In a final, desperate burst of energy, Ricardo veered off the path, crashing into the wild brush that lined the edge of the fields. The tall grass whipped at his legs, but he ignored it, ignoring the pain as he pushed forward. He had to escape. He had to get away. But then, the music changed. It shifted, deepened, turning into a low, menacing hum that vibrated in the very air around him. And then, a voice, cold and impossible to ignore, whispered from the shadows. "Run all you want," it said, its voice a soft murmur, "but you will never escape." The melody intensified, louder, faster, as if the sound itself was tightening around him, pulling him closer to something dark, something that was waiting for him. He could feel it, whatever it was closing in, its presence overwhelming, suffocating him with its sheer force. Ricardo's heart thudded painfully in his chest as he stumbled, his feet sliding in the damp earth. The wind howled through the trees, louder now, whipping around him in a frenzy. He turned, but all he saw were the shadows, reaching, stretching, and the music, still the music, wrapping itself tighter and tighter around him. And then, suddenly, there it was, just beyond the trees, just beyond his reach. The figure. The dark shape, tall and imposing, standing motionless in the moonlight. His wide-brimmed hat cast a shadow that seemed to consume everything around him, and as Ricardo's eyes locked onto the figure, he knew. It was El Sombrerón. He had no choice but to run again, but this time, there was no escaping it. No matter how fast he moved, no matter how far he went, the music would always be with him, a constant reminder of the shadow that was just behind him, chasing him through the night. The chase was endless. A nightmare that wouldn't stop. The darkness stretched out before him, as far as the eye could see, and the music that had followed him from the moment it began, remained, unyielding, a constant pull, a force he could never outrun. He would never escape. Not now. Not ever. The air was thick with the scent of rain as Lucia ran. Her heart pounded like a drum, her breath coming in sharp gasps, the wet earth slick beneath her feet. The moon was high in the sky, casting long shadows over the lonely path she hurried down. She didn't dare to look behind her. She could feel the weight of the presence chasing her, its cold fingers creeping ever closer. The melody, soft and haunting, floated through the trees, a melody that only she could hear, a sound that seemed to enter her very bones and pull her toward it. El Sombrerón was close now. His music, the eerie tune that always followed his victims, was growing louder. The way it moved with the wind, twisting around her like an invisible noose, made her skin crawl. She had heard the stories, the tales of how no one could escape once the music found them. The legend was clear. Those who heard his music were doomed, trapped forever in his spell. But Lucia refused to believe it. She wasn't going to be one of those stories. Not today. She stumbled over a root in the dark and fell to the ground, her palms scraping against the rough soil. Pain shot up her arms, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. The sound of footsteps behind her, deliberate and slow, sent a shiver down her spine. She could hear his breath, cold and deep, like the wind itself. It was almost as if the trees had closed in around her, trapping her in his grasp. Her mind raced. How could she escape? Was there even a way out of this nightmare? It wasn't much, but she remembered something, an old saying her grandmother used to whisper when she was a child. The shadow can only follow as long as the light is hidden. It had always been a strange thing to say, a bit like one of those old, cryptic proverbs. But now, in this moment, it made sense. The music, she thought. The music was the light. And she had to hide it. If she could make the sound stop, perhaps the spell would break. She pushed herself up, her legs wobbling beneath her as she fought to keep moving. Her eyes scanned the dark woods, searching for anything that might help her. The trees loomed around her like silent sentinels, their branches twisting and groaning in the wind. She could hear the soft strains of the song once more, each note sinking deeper into her mind, pulling her toward him, but she clenched her jaw and shook her head. She couldn't let it consume her. And then, she saw it. A small clearing in the distance, a space where the trees parted, revealing a sliver of open sky. Without thinking, she bolted toward it, her feet slipping in the mud as she ran, but she didn't care. She had to get to that space. She had to get to the light. Her chest burned as she reached the clearing, and for a moment, she stopped to catch her breath, staring up at the sky. The clouds had parted for just a brief moment, and the moon shone through, casting a pale silver glow across the land. For the first time since she'd heard the music, she felt the tension in her chest loosen. But then, she heard the music again. It was louder now, a clanging, twisted tune, so close she could feel it vibrating in her bones. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she turned around, but there was nothing there, just the shadows stretching out toward her, as if reaching for her very soul. It was then that she understood. El Sombrerón was not just a man. He wasn't just a creature of the night. He was the darkness itself, and his spell wasn't just in the music, it was in everything. The trees, the wind, the very ground beneath her feet. It was a force, one that would take her if she didn't do something. She thought of her grandmother's words again. The light. She needed to find the light. Her eyes scanned the clearing, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The moon was the only source of light, and it was fading, the clouds creeping back over the sky. And then, like a spark in the dark, she saw it, a flicker of movement in the shadows. It was a reflection, a glint of something bright. Her heart leaped. Without thinking, she rushed toward it, her hands reaching out. The music reached a crescendo, louder now, almost deafening, but she ignored it. She had to keep going. She found it. A silver locket, half buried in the dirt. It was small, delicate, and as soon as her fingers closed around it, the world seemed to shift. The music faltered, as if it had lost its grip on her. She gasped, staring down at the locket in her hand. The silver glimmered in the moonlight, and a sudden wave of warmth spread through her chest. The darkness that had once seemed so suffocating, so close, now felt distant, like it was being pushed back by an invisible force. She didn't know how it worked, whether it was the locket itself or the memory of her grandmother's words, but in that moment, something inside her clicked. She had broken the spell. The music had stopped. She stood there, in the stillness of the night, the weight of the silence sinking into her bones. The air no longer felt heavy, and for the first time in what seemed like forever, she felt free. The presence, the one that had haunted her every step, was gone. She had done it. She had escaped. For a long time, she stood there, staring down at the locket in her hand, unable to fully process what had just happened. Had she really done it? Had she really escaped El Sombrerón clutches? It wasn't until the first light of dawn crept over the horizon that she knew for certain. She was alive. She was free. But as she looked out over the land, something cold slithered down her spine. The music was gone, yes, but the memory of it remained, echoing faintly in her mind. The room was thick with silence, except for the rhythmic sound of the wind outside. Alicia sat on her grandmother's old rocking chair, her eyes fixed on the doorway. The room was dimly lit, the flickering candle casting long shadows that seemed to dance on the walls. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind, made her heart race faster. The legends had always terrified her, but tonight, they felt so close. Too close. She had heard the whispers. The stories of El Sombrerón, the man with the wide-brimmed hat, his haunting music, and his cruel grip on those unlucky enough to fall under his spell. Her grandmother had told her that no one who truly believed in the stories could ever escape him. But Alicia refused to let fear rule her. She had to survive. She had to protect her family. The night had grown colder, and Alicia couldn't help but feel the pressure of the dark that pressed in from every corner. The stories, always mere tales of the old, now seemed far too real. She had never thought much about the objects that could repel him, the salt, the crosses, the sacred things that kept him at bay, but tonight she had no choice but to listen. Her grandmother had given her the iron cross before passing away. If the night comes, her grandmother had said, her voice trembling, keep it close. It will protect you. Alicia ran her fingers over the cold metal. The cross was simple, yet its weight felt immense in her hand. She had never believed it could be more than a relic of an old world. But tonight, as the wind howled outside and the shadows grew longer, she clutched it tightly, as if it could somehow hold the power to ward off the creeping darkness that threatened to consume her. Suddenly, a chill ran through her, and she heard the faintest sound, a melody. It was soft at first, almost a whisper carried by the wind. A faint tune, so beautiful it was painful. Her heart skipped a beat. She knew that melody. Everyone in her village did. It was the music of El Sombrerón, and it was getting closer. Her breath caught in her throat as the sound grew louder, more distinct. The melody floated in through the cracks of the door like an invisible hand, pulling at her very soul. She could almost see him, his dark figure looming in the doorway, his hat casting a shadow that threatened to swallow the light. She tightened her grip on the iron cross, her knuckles turning white. Then, she remembered something. Her grandmother had always told her that certain objects could protect them from the darkness. Salt, iron, sacred symbols. The story said that these things formed a barrier that El Sombrerón could not cross. But how could it be true? Could a simple cross really stop the man who had haunted her dreams? Alicia's heart pounded as she stood up, moving toward the doorway. The music had stopped now, and the air was heavy with stillness. But she knew better than to think it was over. The night had only just begun. She reached for the small bag of salt her grandmother had given her. It was more than just salt, it was a protection, a shield. Her grandmother had taught her how to scatter it in a circle around the house, to keep El Sombrerón away. But Alicia was different. She didn't want to hide. She needed to face him, needed to fight back. She stepped outside, the cross held tightly in one hand, the salt bag in the other. The wind whispered around her, a chilling caress that made her skin prickle. The world was cloaked in darkness, the moon hidden behind clouds. The trees swayed, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching for her. Then, she saw it. In the distance, a figure. A shadow, tall and looming, his wide-brimmed hat barely visible in the darkness. His presence seemed to suck the light from the world around him. The music returned, faint at first, but then louder, clearer. It was close. Alicia's heart raced, but she didn't turn away. She couldn't. She was ready. She had no choice but to face the terror that had plagued her ancestors for generations. She stepped forward, placing the iron cross in front of her like a shield. The music faltered, the melody twisting as if caught in the wind. The figure stopped. El Sombrerón stood there, just out of reach, his face obscured by the shadows of his hat. His presence was overwhelming, a suffocating darkness that seemed to stretch into eternity. But Alicia didn't flinch. She took a deep breath and scattered the salt around her feet, making a circle that sparkled in the dim light. For a moment, there was silence. The music stopped, the wind stilled, and the figure seemed to hesitate. Alicia's hands shook, but she stood firm. She could feel the weight of the cross, its cold iron a steady force in her grip. She whispered a prayer, the words tumbling from her lips without thought, as if they were a lifeline. The ground beneath her feet felt solid, unyielding. And then, the figure moved. El Sombrerón stepped closer, but something was different. The air around him seemed to crackle, as if the very space he occupied was at war with the protection Alicia had set in place. The cross glinted in the moonlight, and the salt shimmered, forming a barrier that refused to be broken. His eyes, dark and empty, locked onto hers, and Alicia could feel the pull of his presence, cold, relentless, but not as powerful as before. The music surged again, but it was weaker, fainter. As if the iron and salt were pushing against him, forcing him back. He reached for her, his fingers long and pale, but they couldn't cross the circle. With a low, guttural growl, he stepped back, his figure shrouded in shadow. The darkness seemed to recoil from the light of the cross, and the music died away completely. Alicia's breath came in shaky gasps as she stood there, trembling, but she didn't lower the cross. She didn't let go. El Sombrerón, the thing that had haunted her people for generations, was not invincible. He could be stopped. The salt, the iron, these things had power, as her grandmother had always known. For a long moment, they stared at each other, and then, as quickly as he had appeared, El Sombrerón was gone. The air seemed to release a heavy sigh, and the wind calmed. The music was nothing more than a distant memory, fading into the night. Alicia stood there, alone in the clearing, the cross still clutched tightly in her hand. She had faced the darkness, and for once, it had not won. But she knew the battle was far from over. As long as El Sombrerón legend lived, he would always return. But she had learned something important that night. she could fight back. She could stand strong. And she would. The cross, the salt, the sacred symbols, they were more than just objects. They were the shields of her ancestors, the tools of defiance against the things that lurked in the dark. And Alicia, with the strength of generations behind her, was ready for whatever came next. The table was set with care, the soft glow of candlelight flickering against the walls, casting warm shadows that felt oddly inviting. A rich stew simmered on the stove, the scent of garlic, onions, and tender beef filling the air. It was the end of a long day, and the family had gathered together to share the meal, to laugh, to be together. The plates were full, the wine was poured, and the chatter flowed freely as the evening unfolded. But something was wrong. Marta, the youngest daughter, glanced at the empty chair at the head of the table. Her father was missing. He'd been working late in the fields again, but Marta had hoped he would return in time. The food was getting cold, and they had waited for him, as they always did. But tonight, the usual warmth and familiarity felt heavy, thick with an unspoken tension. She stared at the half-filled plate in front of her father's seat. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her memory, a whisper from the past. Never leave food unfinished, my dear, she had warned many times. Not a bite. It brings bad luck. And worst of all, it brings El Sombrerón. Marta shook her head, brushing away the unsettling thought. It was just an old tale, a warning that had been passed down through generations, a piece of folklore meant to keep children from being wasteful. El Sombrerón, the mysterious figure with the wide-brimmed hat, the man who haunted the dark corners of the village, wasn't real. But even as Marta tried to convince herself, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. When her father finally arrived, his face was drawn and pale, his steps slow and deliberate. He seemed to move with a heaviness that Marta hadn't seen before. He didn't smile, didn't laugh as he usually did. He sat down at the table, his eyes darting nervously to the unfinished meal on his plate. He picked up his fork, but it clattered to the table, his hands trembling. "Papa, are you all right?" Marta asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her father didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the food, then out the window, his eyes glazed and distant. The shadows outside seemed to stretch longer, the wind picking up just enough to make the trees groan. The tension in the room thickened, and Marta's mother, who had been quietly watching her husband, suddenly stood up. "We've waited too long," she murmured, almost to herself. "The food will spoil if we wait any longer." "Eat, Papa," Marta urged, pushing his plate closer to him. "It's a good meal. You must eat." But he didn't touch it. His eyes flickered to the doorway once more, and Marta's mother put a hand over her mouth, stifling a gasp. In that moment, Marta heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound. A tune. At first, she thought it was the wind, but then it became clearer. A soft melody, carried on the breeze, as though someone was playing an old guitar, a gentle strumming that tugged at her heart. Her father's eyes widened. His breath caught in his throat, and Marta saw him swallow hard, his face pale. He whispered something under his breath, too low for her to hear, but she caught the word, Sombrerón. Before she could say anything, the wind howled louder outside, and the music grew more distinct, more insistent. It was drawing closer, and her father's hand shot out to grab the half-eaten bread, shoving it into his mouth like it was the only thing that could save him. But it wasn't enough. Her grandmother's words rang in her mind. The half-eaten food, the sign of disrespect. The warning that had always been there, lurking beneath the surface of their lives. In the stories, El Sombrerón didn't take kindly to unfinished meals. It was as though they were a challenge, a refusal of his power. The door creaked open, and the shadows in the room seemed to stretch and shift. Marta looked toward the entrance, her heart hammering in her chest. There, standing just beyond the threshold, was a figure. Tall, dark, with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face, yet his presence was all-consuming. The very air around him felt colder, as if the warmth of their home had been drained by his arrival. Marta's father, eyes wide with fear, stood up abruptly, knocking over his chair. "No! Not tonight," he shouted, his voice desperate, pleading. But the figure did not move. It only watched, its gaze unseeing but felt. Marta's mother, trembling, grabbed the half-empty plate in front of her husband and, without thinking, thrust it toward the figure. "Take it! Take the food," she cried, her voice breaking. But El Sombrerón remained still, unmoving. The figure did not even acknowledge the offering. Marta's father stepped forward, his eyes pleading, a desperate, frantic energy coursing through him. "We did not mean to insult you," he cried out, his voice cracking under the weight of terror. "We've had so many things to worry about, so many other troubles. We didn't mean to disrespect you. Take the food, take it all." The figure did not respond. Marta felt the chill in the room growing stronger, seeping into her very bones. She turned to her father, her heart breaking at the sight of him, so afraid, so helpless. It was as though a curse had already begun to settle over them. The music, that haunting melody, filled the room, its slow, mournful notes vibrating in the air like the sound of a distant drumbeat calling for something terrible. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure turned and began to retreat into the shadows, leaving nothing behind but the silence and the lingering chill. The music faded, but the dread it left behind remained. Marta stood frozen, unable to speak, unable to move. Her father dropped to his knees, clutching his chest as if the very life had been drained from him. His hands trembled as he reached for the unfinished food on the table, taking one last bite as though it could undo what had just happened. But it was too late. Her grandmother's voice whispered once more in her ear, a bitter truth that echoed in her heart: never leave food unfinished. Not a bite. It is a sign of disrespect. Marta knew that El Sombrerón had taken his claim. His power was in the food they had not eaten, in the meal that had not been finished. The man with the wide-brimmed hat had come to collect. And though they had tried to avoid his wrath, it had found them, as it always did, in the most haunting way imaginable. The door creaked under the weight of the evening air, a cold breeze sweeping in and causing the faint glow of the candlelight to flicker. In the village, the wind howled, but inside the small wooden house, everything was still. No sounds of chatter, no laughter, only the low hum of a quiet evening settling in. Maria sat by the hearth, her fingers twisted tightly around the thread she was working with, her thoughts drifting away from the work at hand. It had been years since her family had been visited by El Sombrerón. Yet, she could feel the familiar dread gnawing at her chest again. It was as though the weight of something unspoken had settled in the air, thickening the space around her. That night, she had gone to bed early, but sleep hadn't come. The old stories whispered in her mind, the warnings and the rules that had been passed down from her grandmother. She had never been able to shake the feeling that they were more than just stories. Her grandmother used to say that there was one rule above all others. One rule that was more sacred than any other in keeping the evil away. Spirits, like El Sombrerón, could not cross thresholds. Not unless invited. It was the threshold rule. A rule written in the blood of countless generations who had learned the hard way. Spirits were bound by it. They could haunt, they could follow, but they could not step over the line of the doorframe unless given leave to do so. Maria's grandmother's voice echoed in her mind. A door is not just wood and nails, mythology. It is a barrier. It is a guardian. Once it is shut, nothing can cross it unless you invite it. But even then, it was the rules of the living that mattered. Once you invited something in, the consequences were yours to bear. Maria remembered the first time she had seen her grandmother's face turn pale, her expression haunted by the very thought. It had been after a terrible storm, one that had torn through the village, and a stranger had appeared on their doorstep. A tall man, with a wide-brimmed hat, standing silently in the rain. He had knocked softly, and her grandmother had hesitated for only a moment before opening the door. The moment the door had swung open, the air had thickened. The stranger had never crossed the threshold. No, he didn't need to, but the heaviness of the air had spoken volumes. The figure had stood at the edge, looking into the house, and a chill had swept over everything. And for the briefest second, her grandmother had seen something in his eyes, something ancient and dangerous. It was then that she understood the threshold rule was not a barrier that kept evil out. It was the one thing that kept the spirits from entering unless they were allowed. There was a power in it, something older than the house, older than the land itself. The threshold was a place of boundaries, a point of no return. And once someone crossed it, they were no longer free. It wasn't long after that the story started to change. The man with the wide-brimmed hat was no longer just a figment of their grandmother's warnings. He became something more real, something dangerous. And those who were foolish enough to let him across the threshold would pay the price. As Maria sat by the hearth, the shadows grew longer, and the wind began to howl louder outside. Her breath caught in her chest, and she glanced at the door. It was bolted shut. Yet the unease didn't fade. She could still feel the presence there, lurking just beyond the threshold, waiting, watching. The door. That line between safety and danger. And there it was, just a faint noise, a soft knocking at the door. Slow. Deliberate. Her heart skipped a beat. No one had come this way. Not since the storm. Not since that day. Knock. Knock. The hair on the back of her neck stood up. There was no way anyone could be standing out there. The road was too quiet, the night too still. Yet the knock came again, almost as though it were a warning, a call to let him in. Maria had heard the stories. The ones about the man in the wide-brimmed hat, the one who came when invited, and the one who couldn't cross the threshold unless you allowed him to. And she had promised herself that she would never let anyone cross that line, never, not even for a moment. But what if it wasn't just any knock? What if it was him? What if the rules of the threshold had changed, bending to the will of something ancient, something dark? Her grandmother's voice rang out in her mind. Once you open the door, once you step past that line, there is no going back. You give them power over you, over your house, over your family. The knocking grew louder now, urgent, insistent. Her fingers tightened around the thread, and the sound seemed to echo in the walls of the house. Knock. 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 There was no mistaking it. He was there. El Sombrerón was out there, waiting for the invitation. But how? Why? Was this just a cruel reminder? Was the legend real? Could he really be standing right outside, waiting for someone to open the door? Her heart raced, her breath shallow. She wanted to ignore it, to stay hidden, to pretend it wasn't happening. But she couldn't. The weight of it, the pull of it, was too much. Her grandmother's warnings surged through her mind. The threshold was sacred. She had to stand firm. The door was more than just a simple structure, it was the boundary between the living and the dead. Between safety and despair. And yet, the knocking continued. Each knock felt like a hammer on her soul. Would she open the door? Could she resist the temptation, the lure of that music, that call? Could she hold strong to the threshold, knowing that once she opened the door, once she invited the darkness in, there was no turning back? The wind howled louder outside, and with it, the faint sound of guitar strings strumming. The music, soft and melodic, floated in through the cracks of the door. It was his song. The song of El Sombrerón, the melody that enchanted and trapped. For a moment, she stood frozen. The threshold rule, the one thing that had protected her family for generations, had never felt so fragile. Would she be strong enough to hold the line, to keep him out? Or would the darkness find a way in? The knock came again, and her pulse quickened. She reached for the door, but just before her fingers touched the handle, the music stopped. The wind died. The house fell silent. The door was still closed. Her breath came out in shaky waves. The knocking had stopped. The presence, the danger, had retreated, for now. But she knew, deep in her heart, that the threshold rule wasn't just a myth. It wasn't just a story passed down through the years. It was a real, living thing. The threshold was a line that kept the world of the living separate from the dark things that roamed in the night. And no matter how much she wanted to deny it, the music that had haunted her was still there, lingering on the edge, waiting for the next knock. The next invitation. The silence of the room was thick, almost suffocating, as Isabella ran her fingers through her long, dark hair. It felt like a curtain of midnight silk, the strands soft yet impossibly heavy with meaning. In her village, hair wasn't just hair. It was a symbol, a connection to one's heritage, one's identity. Braids, especially, held a power that couldn't be seen at first glance, but lingered beneath the surface like a whispered secret. Today, Isabella's mind wandered back to the stories her grandmother used to tell her, stories about the braided curse of El Sombrerón. She could still hear her grandmother's voice, calm yet firm, warning her never to leave her hair unbraided at night, especially when the moon was full. A braid, her grandmother had said, is the key to holding your soul in place. You leave it loose, and it becomes an invitation for the darkness to grab hold. Isabella had always thought it was just a superstition, one of those old, forgotten rituals that older generations insisted on keeping alive. But as the years passed, and as the moon grew fuller in the sky, she began to wonder. What if there was more to it? What if the stories were real? El Sombrerón, the man with the wide-brimmed hat, had a strange obsession with braids, especially long, beautiful ones. He was said to appear in the dead of night, his presence marked by the soft strumming of a guitar. His eyes would find a girl with a braid, and his fingers would dance along the strands, weaving them into knots and braids so tight that they could never be undone. The girls would fall into a trance, their bodies too weak to fight, their souls trapped in the braids forever. The first time Isabella had heard the full story, she had laughed, thinking it was nothing more than a ghost story designed to keep children in line. But now, sitting alone in her room, the air still, the candle flickering on the bedside table, she felt a shiver crawl down her spine. The notion of braids holding power, that something as simple as the act of weaving hair could hold a connection to the supernatural, had a weight that was hard to ignore. Her grandmother had always said that hair was the link between the living and the spiritual world. It grew from the very crown of one's head, a symbol of wisdom, life, and identity. When a person braided their hair, it was as though they were locking away their spirit, preventing anything from stealing it. But what did it mean when those braids were tampered with? When they were undone, tangled, or worse, when someone else took control? The more Isabella thought about it, the more she realized that the power of braids wasn't just about protection. It was also about vulnerability. There was something sacred in the act of braiding, something that bound a person to the earth, to their family, to their culture. But if you let someone else touch your hair, if you allowed them to take control of the braid, what happened to that connection? Was your soul still safe, or had it become entangled with something darker? She could feel the weight of the stories now. Her grandmother's warnings, the countless tales of girls who vanished after their hair was touched by El Sombrerón, the music that would draw them in. It was always the same, a girl, a braid, and a fate that couldn't be avoided. Once the man in the hat had taken hold of the braid, it was too late. Isabella reached up, fingers trembling, and felt the braid at the back of her head. She had braided it carefully earlier that day, as she always did. But tonight, it felt different. The strands seemed to tremble beneath her touch, as though they knew something she didn't. Her heart began to race, and she quickly pulled her fingers away, her mind spinning with the chilling thought that perhaps the curse of the braid was more than a myth. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw a shadow move in the corner of the room. It was fleeting, a mere whisper of movement, but it was enough to send her heart pounding. Her breath caught in her throat as the distant sound of a guitar filled the air. It was faint, but unmistakable. The melody of El Sombrerón. Isabella stood frozen, her mind a blur of conflicting thoughts. The air grew colder, and she could feel her pulse thudding in her ears. It was happening. The stories, the warnings, they were all true. She could hear the strum of his guitar, feel the pull of his presence. It was all too real. Her fingers brushed over her braid once more. A tight knot formed in her stomach as she remembered the rules her grandmother had set. Never leave your hair undone at night. Never leave it loose or unbraided. There was a reason for that. The braids were a defense, a barrier against things that lurked in the shadows. But once the braid was undone, once it unraveled, there was no turning back. In her haste, Isabella grabbed a comb from the dresser and pulled at her hair, trying to tighten the braid. But it was no use. The strand seemed to slip through her fingers like silk, impossibly slippery and unmanageable. Her breath quickened as she tried again, but the harder she pulled, the looser the braid became. The air seemed to thicken around her, and the melody from outside grew louder, closer, until it was all she could hear. The sound of a knock came, soft and slow, as though the man in the wide-brimmed hat were waiting for her to answer. She dared not move toward the door, but she could feel his presence behind her, the weight of his eyes on the back of her neck. He was there. Watching. Waiting. And all she had to do was untangle her hair, undo the braid, and he would come. But the more she struggled to braid it, the more tangled it became. Each strand twisted in on itself, like the pull of some unseen force. The room seemed to spin, the shadows on the wall stretching and bending as if alive. Isabella's heart raced. The myth, the legend, the curse, it all hung heavy in the air. She thought of the girls who had fallen victim to El Sombrerón, their hair woven into his power, their spirits bound to him. And in that moment, she understood. Hair was more than just hair. It was an extension of who you were. When El Sombrerón touched it, when he wove it into his spell, he took a piece of you with him. Your essence. Your soul. And once he had that piece, you were lost. The braid was no longer just a symbol, it was a tether, a chain that held you to the earth. If he had it, he had you. Isabella's fingers stopped moving. She stood still, her braid half undone, the shadows outside pressing in. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the music had stopped. The knocking had ceased. The room was quiet again. Still. Safe. For now. But she knew. She knew that the power of braids, the cultural significance they held, was far greater than she had ever realized. It wasn't just about the hair. It was about identity, about strength, about holding your spirit close. And once that spirit was threatened, once it was taken, there was no coming back. And somewhere, in the darkness, El Sombrerón was still waiting. The night was still, the kind of stillness that settled like a heavy weight across the small village. No wind stirred the trees, and the usual sounds of animals and people had faded into a quiet hum. Inside a simple home, Maria sat by the window, her eyes scanning the darkened horizon. It was late, the moon high in the sky, casting a pale light that made the world seem dreamlike and distant. She had heard the stories, of course, everyone had. Stories of the man in the wide-brimmed hat, the one who haunted the countryside at night. El Sombrerón. She wasn't afraid of him, not really. At least, not as much as others seemed to be. After all, she had heard the warnings all her life. Don't let him cross the threshold, her grandmother would say, her voice grave with the weight of generations of wisdom. It was a simple rule, really, but one that carried immense power. Spirits like El Sombrerón, the ones who lived between the world of the living and the dead, could never cross the threshold of a house unless invited. This was the one thing that stood between safety and the unknown, between the protection of a home and the terrors of the night. Maria glanced nervously at the door, as if expecting someone to knock, though she knew it would not be El Sombrerón. Not yet, anyway. The rule was clear, spirits could not enter without an invitation. The door, a simple wooden thing, stood between her and whatever dangers might lurk outside. It was just a door, after all. But when she thought about it, her heart began to race. That threshold, that seemingly insignificant line, was everything. It was the last line of defense against what lay beyond. The stories had always been told with such urgency. Her grandmother, whose hands shook when she spoke of the dark, always reminded Maria of this one rule. No one was safe unless that threshold remained intact, unless it was guarded. Once someone stepped over the line, whether by accident or invitation, it was too late. And the consequences were always the same, soul-stealing, mind-bending, life-shattering consequences. Maria closed her eyes and tried to focus on her breathing. But the silence in the room grew thick, the air heavy, as if something were watching, waiting. She could feel it, even without seeing it, The presence of something ancient and powerful, something that knew the rules, but might not follow them. She had always assumed the rule about the threshold was one of safety. But tonight, something felt different. It was late, and the night was growing colder. The flickering candlelight in the room seemed to dance with a rhythm of its own, casting strange shadows across the walls. Maria's thoughts turned back to the legends, the ones her grandmother had whispered in hushed tones. The ones about how El Sombrerón could not enter unless the door was opened for him, unless he was invited in by someone inside. The door stood there, solid and unyielding, the barrier between the known world and the unknown. And yet, Maria knew that the line was more than just a boundary. It was a test. Every time someone crossed that threshold, they were tested. They were asked whether they understood the risk, whether they recognized the danger. If they hesitated, if they made the mistake of inviting him in, then the consequences were dire. She thought of the others. The ones who had been taken. The ones whose doors had opened at the wrong time, who had been caught unaware. They thought it was safe, thought they could trust the night, thought the threshold would protect them. But El Sombrerón never worked that way. He was patient, watching from the shadows, waiting for the smallest slip, the smallest crack in the door. Maria's fingers tightened around the edge of the window, and she leaned forward, peering out into the darkness. Was it too quiet? Should she have heard something? Her mind raced, but the rule was simple, no invitation. She could feel the pull of that law, the weight of it pressing on her chest. It made sense, in a way. If El Sombrerón were as dangerous as the story said, the only way to stop him was to keep the door shut. He couldn't force his way in. He could try to lure you, trick you, seduce you with his sweet, haunting music, but in the end, it was up to the person inside the house to decide. It was that one simple act of crossing the threshold that made all the difference. How many had been lost because they didn't understand that rule, didn't believe in its power? How many had stepped too far out into the night, curiosity overcoming their common sense? The candle flickered, and Maria's eyes flicked to the door once more. She remembered her grandmother's words, if you're ever afraid, if you're ever unsure, don't open the door. Don't let anyone in. No matter who they are. No matter how sweet they sound. A chill crawled down her spine. The shadows outside seemed darker now, pressing closer to the house, as if the night itself were inching in. Could the rule really hold if El Sombrerón was clever enough? Could he outsmart it, somehow? The silence was broken by a sound. A soft, distant strum. The unmistakable melody of a guitar. It was faint, but it echoed through the air like a call, a song that seeped into the very walls of the house. Maria froze, her breath catching in her throat. The door. Her mind screamed the word. She had to keep it shut. She had to keep it locked. But the song. It was beautiful. Enticing. The very thing that drew people in, made them forget everything they had ever been told. It was all so easy to forget when the music wrapped itself around you, tugging at your heartstrings, making the world seem warm and inviting. The line between safety and danger blurred. Another strum. Louder now. Closer. Maria stood up, her legs trembling beneath her, her hands moving instinctively toward the door. She couldn't stop herself. The song was too powerful, too sweet. Just a quick look, she thought, just to see. Her fingers brushed against the wooden frame of the door. But then, she stopped. She couldn't. She wouldn't. With all the strength she could muster, Maria stepped back from the door, away from the edge of the threshold. Her grandmother's voice filled her mind, louder now than the haunting melody that called her. Never, never open the door at night. Never let them in. Not even for a moment. The guitar stopped. And in the silence that followed, Maria knew that, at least for tonight, the threshold had held. But the darkness outside would always wait for the smallest sign of weakness. And as long as she remembered that one rule, the one simple law of the threshold, she might just stay safe. But tomorrow night? Who knew what would happen then? It's late at night, and the streets are empty and quiet, save for the faint hum of distant traffic. The glow of streetlights casts long shadows across the cracked sidewalks, the air heavy with a strange stillness. And then, the soft sound of footsteps. Footsteps that echo, though there's no one in sight. The kind of sound that sends a chill down your spine, making you pause, look over your shoulder, and wonder, what was that? El Sombrerón has returned, but not in the way you might think. In the quiet corners of the city, where the bustling crowds rarely see, his story has taken on a new life. No longer does he hide in the forests or roam the open countryside under the watchful eyes of the moon. Instead, he's found his way into the heart of the modern world, adapting to the world of flashing lights, endless cars, and concrete towers. The legend of El Sombrerón, once a creature of night and nature, has seeped into the very fabric of the city. He's no longer simply a figure of darkness, but a shadow that haunts the forgotten streets and alleys of urban life. His wide-brimmed hat, once an unmistakable symbol of rural mystery, now blends seamlessly into the crowds. In the flickering glow of neon signs, it's easy to mistake him for just another passerby. But beneath the brim, those haunting eyes remain fixed on his prey. And the music? It still plays, soft, almost too quiet to notice at first, but it's there, beneath the roar of car engines and the murmur of the city. The story has changed, yes, but the heart of it, the danger, the dread, the enchantment, remains the same. The victims? Still vulnerable, still isolated in their own way. In the modern world, El Sombrerón prey might be anyone, a young woman walking home late from a night out, lost in thought, or a man walking his dog, his mind occupied with the day's worries. It doesn't matter. The city has made people forget what it's like to listen for danger, to be aware of the world around them. And that's where he thrives. In this concrete jungle, there are still thresholds to protect. In apartments high above the streets, in the back rooms of cafes, and even in the sterile, blinking glow of a hospital waiting room, the rules are the same. The doorway is the last line of defense. If El Sombrerón can't cross it, he can't claim you. The problem is, in this new version of the world, thresholds are often forgotten, unnoticed. The door to your apartment? It's just a door. The window you leave open at night for fresh air? It's just a window. No one thinks to worry about things like that anymore. They're too busy to notice. But those who live by the ancient rules are still cautious. They lock their doors, they keep their windows closed tight, and they listen for the faintest sound of music on the wind. They know, even if they never speak of it, that some things remain timeless. The hunger of the night, the pull of the unknown, is still real. The city might be bright, full of distractions and technology, but it can't change the truth about El Sombrerón. The young woman steps out of a subway station, late at night, the cold air hitting her face. She pulls her coat tighter around her body, a quick glance at her phone showing a message left unread from her mother. Be safe. Come home soon. She's alone. It doesn't matter that she's surrounded by people, the noise of the city buzzing around her like a swarm of bees. She's alone, and she knows it. The streets are empty. The world is hers. But that's the moment she forgets, right when she thinks she's safe, right when she's convinced herself she's untouchable. He's there. Just behind her, at first barely noticeable, a dark figure blending into the shadows. His hat is the first thing she notices, not because it's strange, but because it looks so familiar. She feels the tug of the melody before she can even place it. It's soft, almost like a lullaby, but there's something wrong with it, something too sweet, too gentle, too inviting. The steps behind her are slow at first, almost casual, like a quiet invitation. But she can feel him getting closer, feel the pull of the music latching onto her. She quickens her pace, her heart racing. The street is still empty, the buildings towering above her, but no one else is there. She glances over her shoulder, and for a brief moment, she catches a glimpse of him, his face hidden beneath the brim of his hat, his eyes gleaming in the shadows. She stumbles, nearly dropping her phone, her breath coming in shallow bursts as the song wraps itself around her like a rope, pulling her forward. She turns a corner, thinking she's escaped, only to find herself trapped in an alley she doesn't remember entering. The city has a way of confusing you like that. The music grows louder, more insistent, and the darkness presses in from all sides. I just need to get home. The thought pulses in her mind, but she knows it's not that simple. Not anymore. The music is relentless, pulling her deeper into the night. She doesn't know how long it lasts, but at some point, it stops, just stops. And when it does, she's standing in front of a familiar door, one she never thought would be in this place. The threshold. She reaches for the handle, the weight of it all settling on her shoulders. The door is locked, but in her haste, she barely notices. Her fingers slide across the surface of the wood, and for a moment, she wonders if she's made it. If she's escaped. But then she hears it again, the faintest sound of the music, just a whisper now, but enough to make her hesitate. She takes a deep breath, her fingers tight around the doorknob. She knows the rule, knows the danger. El Sombrerón cannot cross the threshold. Not unless she lets him. In the distance, the sound of the music fades into nothing. The night remains quiet. But she'll never forget it. Not the feeling of being watched, not the weight of his presence, the pull of his voice, the promise of something just out of reach. The city may have changed, the world may have become faster, more connected, more crowded, but the shadows, they stay the same. They always will. The door is locked. She's safe. For now. But in the corners of the city, El Sombrerón waits. And the urban legend lives on. The night had fallen thick, the moon barely a sliver in the sky, as the group stood outside the abandoned house on the edge of town. Their faces were set in determination, their breath visible in the crisp air. The house, a crumbling relic of a time long past, seemed to watch them back with hollow eyes. Every window was dark, the heavy door hanging slightly ajar, as though it had been waiting for them. "Are we sure about this?" Sarah asked, voice trembling despite her best efforts to sound confident. She was the newest member of the group, a journalist seeking the thrill of a lifetime. The stories about El Sombrerón had been haunting her for weeks, ever since she first heard the legend, and now, standing on the edge of it all, she wasn't so sure she was ready. Her partner, Thomas, adjusted the camera in his hands, the equipment clinking with a sound that felt too loud in the silence around them. "There's only one way to know, right?" His grin was wide, but his eyes, shadowed beneath his cap, told another story, something darker, more anxious. He had been hunting spirits for years, but this was different. El Sombrerón was no mere ghost. He was something ancient, something that didn't belong to this world. The team's leader, Marco, stood at the front, his voice steady but with an edge of excitement. He'd heard the rumors too, the whispered stories of people vanishing in the dead of night. Some said El Sombrerón didn't just take your body, but your soul. Others said his music would call you to the woods, making you follow him to the end of your days. They had all heard the stories, but tonight, they were going to prove whether or not they were true. With a deep breath, the group stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the house. As soon as they entered, the air seemed to grow colder. The walls creaked as if sighing under the weight of the past, and the faintest hint of a melody played in the distance, a soft, eerie tune that sent a chill down their spines. Sarah tried to shake it off, telling herself it was just the wind, but her heart pounded harder with each step deeper into the house. "Did you hear that?" Marco whispered, holding up a hand. The music had stopped, but the air seemed thicker now, heavy with something unspoken. The silence was almost suffocating. "I think I'm hearing things," Sarah muttered, trying to focus her camera on the old fireplace at the far end of the room, hoping the lens would steady her nerves. But even as she spoke, she couldn't ignore the tug in her chest, the feeling that they were being watched. The silence was too perfect, too still, as if time itself had stopped. Thomas adjusted his night vision goggles, scanning the room. "There's something in here, something we can't see," he said, his voice low but full of unease. He had seen his fair share of haunted places, but this felt different. There was an energy here, an ancient force that made even the bravest of souls question their purpose. They set up their equipment, the cameras, the recorders, the sensors designed to catch any paranormal activity. But the longer they stayed in the house, the more they realized that the only thing the equipment was catching was their own growing fear. The air was thick with it, a heaviness that no sensor could measure. The walls seemed to press in, the dark corners of the room mocking them, daring them to find what was hidden in the shadows. And then, there was a sound. A soft scrape of something against the floor, followed by the faintest whisper of a song, a lullaby, almost, but warped and distorted in a way that made it impossible to ignore. Everyone froze. Marco's heart raced as he turned to look at the others. "It's him. El Sombrerón," he whispered, his voice barely audible, the words tasting like a curse. The music was louder now, unmistakable. It was slow, deliberate, like a beckoning. It wasn't coming from the room, not from any corner they could see, but from somewhere deep in the house. A place they hadn't dared to explore. But there was no turning back now. They moved cautiously, following the eerie melody that seemed to wrap around them like a coil. With every step, the air grew colder. They found themselves in the heart of the house, in a small, forgotten room hidden behind a curtain of cobwebs. In the center of the room was a chair, old and decrepit, with a shadowed figure sitting in it. He wasn't facing them, but they could see the outline of his broad hat, his shoulders broad and unmoving. For a moment, none of them dared to breathe. The figure was still, the music still playing softly in the background, as though he had always been there, waiting. Thomas raised his camera, capturing the moment, but the image was distorted by static, an impossible, haunting blur that made it feel like the very air was rejecting them. "Is he real?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. Marco's voice was low, almost reverent. "He's real, all right. But we don't want to get any closer." As if on cue, the figure turned. His face was hidden beneath the brim of his hat, but they could feel the weight of his gaze on them. The air felt as though it had been sucked out of the room, replaced by something darker, heavier. The faintest of whispers escaped from beneath the brim, just loud enough for them to hear. The words were soft, but chilling. "You shouldn't have come." The music stopped. In the silence that followed, they could feel it, a presence so thick it made it hard to breathe, like the very house was alive, watching them, judging them. El Sombrerón didn't move, didn't need to. His very existence filled the room, the house, the city. And yet, despite his terrifying presence, it was the music that haunted them the most. But just as they thought they were trapped, a faint pulse of light flickered through the room, an almost imperceptible flash, and then it was gone. The figure blinked, his head tilting slightly, as if something had caught his attention. The briefest of moments, yet it was enough to allow them a chance to run. With one last terrified glance, the group bolted. They didn't look back. They couldn't. Outside, they gasped for air, the weight of the house lifting off their shoulders as they ran into the open night. The music, the figure, the house, everything had vanished, as though it had never been there. But the fear in their eyes told another story. El Sombrerón was real. He had been waiting. The phone buzzed once, then twice, then again, as Maria sat on her bed, scrolling through the endless feed. She had become used to it by now, the constant stream of pictures, videos, and stories filling her screen. But tonight, something caught her eye. A post, shared by a friend, showed an old photo of an abandoned house with a figure standing in the doorway, tall, with a wide-brimmed hat casting shadows over his face. A chill ran down her spine as the caption read, "El Sombrerón still haunts the woods." Who's next? It was a joke. Of course, it had to be. People loved to stir things up, to feed into the legends of things that lurked in the darkness. But Maria felt uneasy. The photo was too real, too haunting. She scrolled down, looking for comments, but instead, she found a string of other posts, each one sharing a different image, each one a slightly different angle, a different version of the same man in the hat. Some were blurry, others clear as day. Each image seemed to push deeper into her chest, tightening her breath. She couldn't look away. One video caught her attention next. It was raw, shaky, and far too realistic. The person filming was breathing heavily, stumbling through a forest, their feet crunching on leaves. In the distance, the soft sound of a lullaby played, haunting and familiar. The camera panned quickly, capturing nothing but trees, shadows, and the faintest outline of a tall figure standing motionless in the distance. The video cut out abruptly. Maria's heart raced. This wasn't just some viral trend. This was something real. Something tangible. Something that had come to life again, in the most unexpected way, through the digital world. The story of El Sombrerón, the myth of the dark figure who would chase his victims through forests, entrapping them in his eerie lullabies, had lived for generations. Passed down through whispered tales, carried from one sleepy village to the next, it had always been something people feared in the back of their minds. But now it was everywhere. Anyone could find it, anyone could see it, anyone could believe it. The legend was no longer confined to the shadows. It had escaped. As the night wore on, Maria's phone kept buzzing with notifications. Videos, photos, stories. All the same. All telling of encounters, sightings, near misses. There were people from all over the world who had experienced the same thing, the sudden chill of the night, the haunting melody, the unmistakable presence of a man in a wide-brimmed hat. People from different cities, countries, even continents, united in fear, connected by one strange, inexplicable force. Maria checked the time. It was nearly midnight. Suddenly, a post popped up, this one from her own friend, Javier. He had posted a picture of his sister, Teresa, standing outside their house. The caption read, "Teresa is safe tonight. We saw him again. Don't go out after dark." Maria stared at the picture. Teresa's eyes were wide, her expression frozen in fear. But it wasn't the girl's face that made Maria's stomach churn. It was the dark figure behind her, standing just beyond the streetlight's reach, tall, thin, wearing that familiar wide-brimmed hat. The photo was too perfect, too real. Maria's hands trembled as she reached out, typing a quick message to Javier. "Where is Teresa now? Is she okay?" She hit send before she could stop herself. Within seconds, a response flashed on the screen, "She's gone. She went out, just like last time. I don't know where. The same thing happened before. I think he's after her." A sense of dread washed over Maria. This couldn't be happening. Not now, not to someone she knew. But the more she scrolled, the more she saw. People were vanishing. People were being pulled into this web of fear, captured by the haunting lullaby, the mysterious figure, the curse that seemed to spread faster than any illness. And in every post, every video, every story, there was a common thread, a warning: don't go out at night. Don't leave your house. If you hear the music, lock the door. Don't let him in. The internet had become a tool, yes, a tool for fear, for superstition, for the spreading of an ancient curse. Each post was another link in the chain, a tether that bound more and more people to the myth of El Sombrerón. What started as a harmless story, a terrifying but far-off legend, had transformed into something much more dangerous. It had evolved into a reality that no one could escape. The digital world had become its new playground. Maria's fingers hovered over the screen, her eyes unable to look away from the endless stream of posts. It was too much. Too many people were talking about it. Too many stories, too many videos. What had started with a few eerie tales had turned into something bigger. And she couldn't shake the feeling that she was next. That her name would soon be added to the growing list of those who had seen him, felt him, been haunted by him. Just then, the doorbell rang. Maria froze. Her heart leaped into her throat. Who could it be? At this hour? She hadn't ordered anything. Her mind raced through the possibilities. Could it be Javier, here to tell her more about Teresa? Or was it something else? Was it El Sombrerón himself? The doorbell rang again, more urgently this time, the sound slicing through the silence like a warning. Maria hesitated for only a moment before slowly standing up. Her legs felt heavy, her breath shallow. She moved toward the door, her heart pounding in her chest. The closer she got, the more the hairs on her neck stood on end. She stopped just short of the door, listening carefully. She could hear nothing, no footsteps, no voices, just a thick, unsettling silence. Then, she heard it. A soft, haunting melody. It was distant at first, almost inaudible, but then it grew louder, sharper. The lullaby. The same tune that had haunted all the posts, all the stories, all the videos. It filled her ears, seeped into her bones, chilled her to the core. She didn't dare open the door. But the sound, El Sombrerón lullaby, was close. Too close. And it wasn't just a song anymore. It was a curse. And it was calling for her. There's something unnerving about standing at the edge of the unknown, something that prickles the skin and stirs the deepest parts of your mind. A gust of wind. A shadow just beyond the corner of your eye. A whisper on the breeze that sounds too much like a voice, yet when you turn to look, there's nothing there. It's easy to slip into fear, to let your mind race, to believe that something otherworldly is lurking in the dark. But what if it isn't something supernatural at all? What if it's all in your head? James sat at the table, the only sound in the room the soft tapping of his pen against the notebook. He was used to this. He had spent years questioning the stories people told, pulling apart the legends and the myths that seemed to haunt every corner of the world. But El Sombrerón, that was different. The stories were too consistent, the witnesses too numerous. But that didn't make them true, did it? James wasn't a believer in ghosts. He wasn't a believer in curses or spirits that could chase you through the night. He was a scientist, a rational thinker. And so, he turned to logic. He flipped through his notebook, reading over the countless accounts of encounters with El Sombrerón. Each story was strikingly similar: the shadowed figure with the wide-brimmed hat, the haunting lullaby that seemed to echo from nowhere, the growing sense of dread that made people run, only to feel the presence of something chasing them, always just out of reach. But could it all be real? Could it be that the same story was repeated by so many people in different places, in different circumstances, and across generations? Or was there a simpler explanation? The most obvious explanation, he thought, was the power of suggestion. People were social creatures, easily influenced by those around them. If someone spoke about a figure in the night, others would start to believe they had seen him too. The mind was powerful; it could play tricks on you, twisting the ordinary into something terrifying. Perhaps the lullaby that people heard was nothing more than the wind through the trees, the rustling of leaves, or the creaking of old wood. The brain could take these small, harmless sounds and amplify them into something far more sinister. James had read about something called pareidolia, the tendency of humans to see patterns, especially faces, and random stimuli. People would swear they saw the outline of a man with a wide-brimmed hat, just beyond the flicker of a street lamp, but was it real? Or was it the brain trying to make sense of shadows, turning a figure into something it already knew? The mind was skilled at filling in gaps. What you couldn't see, it would invent. He closed his notebook and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. He was tired, yes, but he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something didn't add up. There had to be an answer. It had to be psychological. People didn't vanish in the night because of a ghost. They were overwhelmed by fear. Fear could make you hear things, see things, even believe things that weren't there. But then again, he thought, what about those who swore they had seen him? Those who claimed he was real, that El Sombrerón had followed them, had left them with a sense of dread that lingered for days? Were they all just imagining it? Or was there more to it than that? The stories of El Sombrerón weren't confined to any one place. They were everywhere, spanning cultures, languages, and even centuries. And yet, the details were always the same: the man in the hat, the music, the chase, the fear. How could something like that persist for so long, with such consistency, if it weren't based on something real? Was it truly just a shared delusion? James' skepticism, his scientific mind, wanted to believe that. It had to be. The alternative, that there was something out there, something that followed people, that caused them to fear for their lives, was far too terrifying to consider. Still, James couldn't shake the question. What about those who truly believed they'd been chased? People who had experienced something they couldn't explain? Were they simply suffering from the effects of stress, anxiety, or a deep-seated cultural fear? The body was fragile, and fear could do strange things to it. A racing heart, sweaty palms, shortness of breath, these physical symptoms could easily lead a person to believe they were being pursued. And what about the lullaby? It could be nothing more than a deeply ingrained cultural trigger. Many cultures have songs, lullabies passed down from generation to generation, that carry with them both comfort and a quiet dread. Maybe the lullaby wasn't just a tune, it was a signal, a call to something buried deep in the unconscious mind. But then, just as quickly, another thought would surface. What about those moments when people found themselves alone, far from any other person, hearing that same music, that same chilling melody, when there was no one else around to influence their perceptions? What about the stories that didn't come from someone who had heard about El Sombrerón, but from someone who had no prior knowledge of him, someone who had never heard the lullaby before? Was their encounter just another case of the mind playing tricks? Or was there something more? James set his pen down, eyes narrowing in thought. He had to be missing something. He had been trained to think logically, to understand human behavior, to analyze patterns. But the way the stories unfolded, how they seemed to tie together, how people spoke of feeling watched even when there was no one around. He had to admit, it made his skin crawl. Then there were the strange physical manifestations. People who swore that after encountering El Sombrerón, they felt physically ill, drained, as if a part of them had been taken. Was that just a side effect of fear? The body's way of reacting to an overwhelming emotional experience? Or was there something deeper, something that couldn't be explained so easily? He couldn't deny that there were gaps in his logic, holes that his scientific understanding couldn't fill. And in those gaps, something darker seemed to lurk, waiting to make itself known. Maybe there was no simple explanation for El Sombrerón. Maybe the science didn't have all the answers. Maybe, just maybe, there was more to fear than the mind could comprehend. James stood up, pacing the room. He had never been one to believe in ghosts, but the more he heard, the more he saw, the more questions surfaced. And some of those questions, he feared, didn't have answers. Could it all be explained away by psychology, by the mind's ability to twist reality? Or was there something out there, something that couldn't be understood, something that defied logic? As he stared out the window, the wind began to pick up, carrying with it the faintest hint of a melody, soft and distant, almost like a lullaby. His breath caught in his throat. And for the first time, James wasn't sure whether to dismiss it as his imagination or something far worse. I was never the type to believe in ghosts. In fact, I used to laugh when people told stories about creatures lurking in the shadows or voices that followed them through the night. But that was before he found me. It started as a quiet night, just like any other. The kind of night where the stars hang low in the sky, and the only sounds are the distant chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the wind. I had just finished my shift at the diner and was heading home, the road ahead of me empty and calm. I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary, but that's how it always is, isn't it? When something unexplainable happens. I didn't see him at first. Not really. It was just a fleeting glimpse, a shadow under the streetlight that caught my eye as I turned the corner. A man, tall and dressed in black, with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured his face. I thought nothing of it. It could have been anyone, someone out for a walk, or a stranger passing through. But the air grew still the moment I looked at him. I should have kept walking. I should have turned my head and kept going, but something in me froze, like the world had suddenly shifted. The wind picked up, and that's when I heard it, a faint tune, so soft it could have been a memory. At first, I thought it was just the wind, playing tricks, but the melody was too clear, too purposeful. It wasn't the kind of song you'd expect to hear in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't a lullaby I recognized, but the sound crawled under my skin, making the hairs on my arms stand up. I glanced around. No one was in sight. No one except for him. He was still standing there, watching me, his presence a cold weight in the air. I tried to move, but my feet felt glued to the ground. It was as if the night itself had wrapped its arms around me, holding me in place, forcing me to listen to the melody that seemed to come from nowhere. That song, that haunting lullaby, wove its way through the silence, and I felt a chill seep into my bones. Then, I heard his voice, soft at first, but carrying a weight of something dark, something ancient. "Come with me," he said, his voice no more than a whisper carried by the wind. But it wasn't a question. It was an order. I wanted to run. My body screamed for me to turn around, to sprint as fast as I could, but my legs wouldn't move. It was like I was caught in a trance, held by his words, by the melody that never seemed to end. He took a step closer, and I felt it. A presence. Something dark, something ancient, like the very earth beneath me was watching, waiting. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt tight, like I couldn't breathe, like the air itself had been stolen away. And then he stepped forward again, and everything changed. I don't know how it happened. 1 minute, I was standing there, frozen in place, and the next, I was running. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath came in ragged gasps as I sprinted down the road, the sound of his steps echoing behind me, always just out of reach. It was like a game, a cruel game, and I was the prey. I could feel him gaining on me, his presence wrapping around me like a cloud, smothering me, dragging me down. The music was louder now, the lullaby so clear, so near. I tried to block it out, but it seeped into my mind, pushing its way through every thought, every scream in my head. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, like time itself had stopped, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't slow down. The feeling of being chased, of being pursued by something I couldn't see, something I couldn't escape, was overwhelming. I glanced behind me, just for a second, and there he was. El Sombrerón. His tall figure, the wide-brimmed hat, and the haunting, unblinking gaze that seemed to pierce through me, through my very soul. He wasn't far. He wasn't close enough to touch me yet, but it didn't matter. I could feel the weight of his eyes on me, like I was already his. Then I heard it, his laugh. A sound that sent a jolt through me, as if the very sound of it shattered something inside me. It wasn't the laugh of a man. It was something darker, something deeper, and I knew, in that moment, that I wasn't going to make it. But I couldn't stop running. I couldn't let him catch me. I turned the corner, heart hammering, and slammed into the gate of an old house. Without thinking, I threw myself inside, the door creaking as I slammed it shut behind me. I didn't stop to think. I just kept running, through the dark halls of the old house, my footsteps echoing against the wood floors, the only sound besides the pounding in my chest. The house was empty. At least, I thought it was. But it didn't feel empty. It felt like I was being watched, like there was something in every corner, lurking just out of sight. And then I heard it, the lullaby, clearer now, like it was coming from the walls themselves. My breath caught in my throat. There was no escape. I had brought him with me. I don't know how much time passed. It could have been minutes or hours. But I remember falling to my knees in that dark, empty house, the weight of his presence pressing down on me, the music still echoing in my mind. I closed my eyes, praying that this was all just a nightmare, that I would wake up, that the terror would end. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the music stopped. The air grew still, and the feeling of being watched faded. I opened my eyes slowly, but there was nothing there. No El Sombrerón. No figure in the doorway. Just silence. I don't know how I made it out of that house. I don't know how I survived that night. But I know one thing for certain, El Sombrerón is real. I've felt him. I've heard him. And he doesn't stop. Not until he gets what he wants. I don't know why he let me go. Maybe it was because I didn't show fear. Maybe it was because I wasn't the one he was meant to take. But whatever the reason, I know that my life is forever changed. Because I know what it feels like to be hunted. And I know what it feels like to hear that lullaby, growing closer, always closer. I know now that some things are real, even if we can't see them. And no matter how hard I try, I'll never forget his voice, whispering in the dark, "Come with me." The night was heavy, almost suffocating. The air had an unnatural stillness to it, a silence that seemed to press down on the earth. The wind, which would normally whisper through the trees, was absent, leaving an eerie calm in its wake. And beneath that silence, something stirred. A murmur, a faint sound carried on the air, barely audible, but impossible to ignore. The ceremony was about to begin. There was a space, deep in the woods, far from the comfort of civilization. A clearing surrounded by ancient trees whose twisted branches seemed to claw at the sky. It was here that the ritual would take place. Only a few knew of it, and fewer still dared to speak of it. For some, it was a means of protection, a desperate plea to rid themselves of the shadow that haunted them. For others, it was an act of madness, an attempt to summon a force they could never hope to control. But everyone knew the rules. The rules were simple, and they were never to be broken. You didn't call El Sombrerón unless you were willing to pay the price. The group assembled in the clearing, each person clutching a piece of ritualistic cloth, symbols of ancient powers sewn into the fabric with trembling hands. Their faces were hidden in shadow, but the tension in the air was palpable. A cold sweat clung to their skin, their breaths shallow, quick. They were frightened, though they tried to hide it. After all, this was their only chance. There was no going back. The ritual had to be performed perfectly. One mistake, one wrong word, and it could all go horribly wrong. It could cost them their lives. But this was their final hope. This was the only way to stop the terror that had been creeping closer each night, the only way to sever the bond between El Sombrerón and the one they loved. A figure stood at the center of the circle, their hands raised high, holding an object, a small, ancient idol, weathered by time. It was said to have been passed down through generations, passed to those brave or foolish enough to seek its power. The figure's voice trembled as they began to chant the words, the language unfamiliar, the syllables heavy with meaning. The others followed, each whispering the words, unsure of their true power but desperate for salvation. The chant echoed through the trees, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to hum in response. It was as though the very earth was alive, listening, waiting. The ritual was beginning to take hold. The wind stirred, just a little, and for the first time, they felt the presence. It wasn't immediate, but it was unmistakable. A pressure in the air, like the weight of 1,000 unseen eyes. The trees groaned, their branches creaking and bending as if something unseen was pushing against them. And then, the faintest of sounds, faint at first, but growing louder, began to seep into their minds. The melody. That haunting lullaby. El Sombrerón was near. The figure at the center of the circle continued, their voice gaining strength, the words tumbling faster from their lips. The chant was now a roar, echoing through the woods, bouncing off the trees, filling the space with an overwhelming sound. The idol in their hand seemed to glow, faintly, as though it were alive with power. And then, it happened. The world around them shifted, the air thick with a sense of dread. It felt like the ground itself had split open, as though the veil between worlds had been torn apart. From the shadows, he emerged. El Sombrerón. The tall, imposing figure in the wide-brimmed hat stepped from the darkness, his face obscured by the brim but his presence undeniable. The song grew louder, closer, and the very air around them seemed to bend and warp. His eyes, though hidden, seemed to pierce through the group, staring deep into their souls. A feeling of overwhelming dread washed over them, each of them gripped by a terror they couldn't explain. They had all heard the stories, but no one had ever imagined it could feel like this. It wasn't just fear, it was something older, something primal. And yet, they continued. They had to. There was no turning back now. The chanting reached a fever pitch, desperate, frantic. The figure at the center of the circle raised the idol high, as if offering it to the spirit in the shadows. But El Sombrerón did not move. He stood still, his presence heavy in the air, watching them, waiting for them to make the next move. The wind howled now, and the trees shook violently as though caught in a violent storm. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath them. There was no mistaking it now, the ritual was having an effect. But was it the effect they wanted? Could they truly control him? The answer came in the form of a single word. A whisper, barely audible at first, but unmistakable. Stop. The word sliced through the air like a blade, and the group froze. They had reached the heart of the ritual, but the price was higher than they could have imagined. The force that stood before them was not something that could be controlled. It was not something that could be bargained with. It was something that had to be respected. And in that moment, the ritual began to unravel. The power that had been summoned now turned against them, turning the chant into a curse. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to close in tighter around them. The trees groaned, the very earth itself felt like it was trying to swallow them whole. But the figure at the center of the circle, the one who had led them, made a choice. A choice they hadn't prepared for. With a single, desperate movement, they broke the idol in their hands, smashing it to the ground. It shattered, and in that moment, everything stopped. The trees fell silent. The air grew still again, and the shadows receded. El Sombrerón, who had been so close, who had seemed so real, was gone. For now. But as the group collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath, they knew the truth. They hadn't banished him. Not really. They had only pushed him back. The price they had paid, whether they knew it or not, was steep. They had disturbed something ancient, something that would never forget them. El Sombrerón had been summoned. And now, the circle was broken. The terror wasn't over. It had only just begun. It started with a feeling, a heaviness that lingered in the pit of his stomach, like a dark cloud following him through every step. That night, when the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the town, he hadn't thought anything of it. The strange sensation was brief, just a shiver up his spine, a flicker of unease, but it was enough to make him pause. It wasn't the first time he'd felt it, though. There had been others before, scattered throughout his life, like whispers at the edge of his mind. But tonight, it was different. He couldn't shake it. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and the wind had gone still. The streets were empty, the silence broken only by the faint rustling of leaves. That's when he noticed it, the first sign that things had shifted. A shadow across the ground. At first, he thought it was just the flickering streetlight, but it moved, slowly, deliberately, as if alive. He turned quickly, but there was no one behind him. His heart thudded painfully in his chest as he spun back around. That's when he saw it, the mark. It was small, at first, barely noticeable. A faint, dark impression on his shoulder, just beneath the collar of his shirt. The shape of a hat, wide-brimmed and unmistakable. But it wasn't just a mark. It was as though the presence of something was etched into his skin, like a brand. He could feel it, the burn of it, even though it was just a shadow against his flesh. His breath hitched in his throat as his mind raced. He tried to dismiss it. It was just a trick of the light. But the mark refused to fade, a dark promise that couldn't be ignored. The feeling, that oppressive weight in the air, hadn't left him. It was there, like a shadow in his peripheral vision, waiting for him to acknowledge it. And so, he did. The next day, he searched. He couldn't explain why, but the need to understand gripped him. He had to know what it meant. What had happened to him? The mark on his skin didn't make sense, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't shake the feeling that something had been set in motion. Something was coming for him. He found his way to the town's oldest library, its wooden doors creaking as they opened. The smell of dust and forgotten stories filled his nose as he stepped inside. It was empty, save for the lonely librarian who barely glanced up from behind her glasses. He approached the shelves, his fingers grazing the spines of books that had long been untouched. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, but he knew, deep down, he would find it here. The flickering light above his head caught his attention, casting strange shadows across the floor. He turned a corner and saw a small book on a low shelf, hidden behind others, almost as if it were waiting for him. It was old, so old, the leather cover cracked beneath his fingertips. But as he opened it, the first page seemed to pulse with a dark energy, as if it had been waiting for someone to read its contents. The words were scrawled in a language he couldn't understand, but as he turned the pages, an image appeared. The mark. It was a symbol, a twisted, ancient drawing of a wide-brimmed hat, accompanied by a dark figure. The description was brief, but chilling. Those marked by El Sombrerón are destined for a life of torment. The spirit will follow them, never letting them rest, until the bargain is paid. His pulse quickened. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He slammed the book shut, unable to comprehend what he had just read. But it was too late. The truth was already sinking in. As he stood there in the dim light of the library, his mind began to spiral. He had heard the legends, of course. The stories of El Sombrerón, the dark figure with the haunting song and the wide-brimmed hat. But he had always dismissed them as old wives' tales, superstitions meant to frighten children. He never imagined that one day, it would be him, he would become the one whose life was intertwined with the legend. The mark was no longer just a symbol on his skin, it was a contract, a binding agreement that he had no say in. He was marked by the entity, and now, he had to face the consequences. The days passed in a blur, each one heavier than the last. The mark on his shoulder grew darker, more defined, until it felt like a part of him, like it had always been there. His dreams were filled with the same figure, the one with the wide-brimmed hat, standing at the edge of his bed, watching him, waiting for him to sleep, to let his guard down. Each night, the figure seemed closer, closer to crossing the threshold of his room, closer to claiming whatever it was he had lost. The strange sensations followed him everywhere. The constant unease. The whispers that echoed in his mind, faint at first, but growing stronger with each passing day. It was as though something was reaching out to him, pulling him toward the truth, toward something he couldn't quite see yet. He knew he couldn't run from it. He had tried to ignore the mark, to pretend it was just a strange, passing thing. But it wouldn't let him forget. And now, it was clear that he had been chosen. El Sombrerán's presence wasn't just a fleeting thing. It was a part of him, whether he liked it or not. And so, he sought out the stories. The old tales. He visited the people who still remembered. He listened to the whispered warnings of the elderly, who spoke in hushed tones about the ancient customs and rituals that might offer some hope. But even they were unsure. No one had ever been able to break the curse. Everywhere he went, every person he spoke to, there was one truth that always emerged: those who had been marked by El Sombrerón could never escape him. They were bound to his world, trapped in an endless cycle of fear and torment. The only way out, they said, was to uncover the truth behind the mark, to understand why El Sombrerón had chosen them. But the deeper he went, the more it became clear: the truth was something he wasn't ready to face. With every step, he could feel the darkness closing in, the cold chill of El Sombrerán's presence creeping closer. And no matter how hard he tried to run, no matter how far he searched for answers, he knew one thing for certain: he would never be free. The mark on his shoulder was a reminder, an inescapable sign. He wasn't just a victim of the legend, he was now a part of it. And the journey to uncover the truth had only just begun. The fire crackled softly, its warmth pushing back against the cold air that seeped through the cracks in the wooden walls. Inside the small, dimly lit room, an old woman sat in a rocking chair, her hands folded neatly in her lap. The room smelled of burnt wood, old books, and something faintly sweet, like the remnants of a forgotten memory. Her granddaughter, no more than 8 years old, sat at her feet, eyes wide and eager, her tiny hands clutching the hem of her grandmother's dress. "Tell me a story, abuela," the little girl whispered, her voice soft but urgent, as if this was something she needed to hear. The old woman smiled gently, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "You want a story, mi hija?" she asked, her voice carrying the weight of countless years. "Well, I will tell you a story you will never forget." The room grew even quieter as the fire popped and crackled in the hearth. The shadows on the walls danced, flickering as if they were alive. The old woman paused for a moment, letting the silence fill the space before she spoke again. "You've heard of El Sombrerón, haven't you?" she asked, her voice low and serious. The little girl nodded, her eyes growing even wider, like she was about to hear something forbidden. El Sombrerón. The name alone was enough to make her shiver. It had always been a shadow in the back of her mind, a figure whispered about in the quietest of corners, a name passed down through generations, always with the same warning: don't speak it aloud, don't summon him, and, above all, don't cross his path. "You know that El Sombrerón is no ordinary spirit," the old woman continued, her voice becoming heavier with each word. "He is a shadow, a legend, something more than a story told to scare children. He is a curse that lingers, a presence that waits in the darkness. And he's not just a story, mythology. He's in our blood. He's in our family." The little girl's mouth went dry. She wanted to ask what her grandmother meant, but the words stuck in her throat. She had always heard the name, but it had always been something far away, something distant, something to fear from a distance. The idea that it could be part of her own family sent a cold chill down her spine. The old woman seemed to sense the fear creeping into her granddaughter's heart, and she leaned forward slightly, her wrinkled hand resting gently on the girl's. "This is not a story just for children," she said. "It is a warning. A warning we pass down, generation after generation, so that we are never caught unprepared. El Sombrerón is not just a man. He is a spirit, and he chooses who he will follow. He does not forget." The granddaughter swallowed hard, her young mind struggling to understand the weight of her grandmother's words. "It was many years ago, when I was about your age," the old woman continued, her voice softening. "I didn't believe in El Sombrerón either. I thought it was just an old tale, something to scare us into behaving. But that night, when the wind howled outside and the darkness pressed in against the windows, I saw him. I felt him. And I knew then that the stories weren't just stories, they were warnings. Warnings we must carry with us." The fire crackled louder, almost as if responding to her words, and the shadows seemed to lengthen around them. "Back then," she said, her voice growing more distant as if lost in a memory, "my mother told me the story when I was a girl just like you. She warned me not to leave food unfinished at night, not to stay outside after dark, and not to walk alone in the woods. She told me of the families that had been marked by El Sombrerón, how he would follow them, how his presence could never be escaped once it was upon them. She told me to never speak his name aloud, or else he would know I was thinking of him. And I listened, mythology. I listened because I was afraid. But one night, I forgot. I forgot about the stories, the warnings, and I stayed outside too long, playing with my friends. When I returned home, I saw him." The little girl's eyes widened with fear, her grip tightening on her grandmother's dress. "What happened, abuela?" The old woman's face softened, but her eyes grew distant, as if reliving the pain of the memory. "He was there, at the edge of our property, standing in the shadows. His tall hat, his dark eyes, the way he just stood there, watching. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. I knew in my bones who he was. And I knew in my heart that I had broken the rule. I had left something unfinished. A part of me had been taken. And no matter where I went, no matter how far I ran, he would always be there, watching, waiting." The granddaughter shivered, and her grandmother pulled her closer, wrapping an arm around her tiny shoulders. "You see, mythology," the old woman whispered, her voice soft but heavy with the weight of the years, "it's not just a story. It's a warning. A warning passed down from one generation to the next. Each of us, each of your ancestors, has carried the fear of El Sombrerón. And it is your turn now. It's your turn to understand, to respect the warning. It is in our blood, our history. And if you listen carefully enough, you will hear the stories. You will hear them calling to you in the quiet moments, when the wind is still and the shadows stretch long across the floor." The little girl was silent for a long moment, her heart racing, as if she could feel El Sombrerón himself standing just beyond the edge of the room. The fire flickered, casting strange shapes on the walls. She could feel her grandmother's presence, comforting and steady, yet burdened with the weight of generations that had come before her. "Do you understand, Mihija?" the old woman asked, her voice softening. The little girl nodded, though she still didn't fully understand. But one thing was clear, she would never forget. The story of El Sombrerón was no longer just a tale. It was a legacy, one passed down through the ages, a legacy of fear and warning, a reminder that the past could never truly be left behind. As the old woman closed her eyes, resting back into her chair, the little girl sat quietly beside her, listening to the wind outside. The stories, the warnings, the presence of El Sombrerón, they were all part of her now. And somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew she would pass them on someday, just as her grandmother had, just as her mother had before her. The lineage of fear had been passed down once again. The air was heavy with the scent of rain, though the storm had passed hours ago. Puddles glistened on the cobblestone streets, reflecting the dim glow of the streetlights. A faint chill hung in the night, wrapping the small town in an uneasy silence. Most windows were dark, their shutters tightly closed as if to keep out more than just the cold. But one light remained, flickering faintly through the fogged glass of an old chapel. Inside, a man knelt before the altar, his head bowed low, hands clasped together in prayer. His presence was one of quiet strength, though his shoulders bore an invisible weight that seemed to press him closer to the ground. He wasn't a priest, though the chapel often served as his refuge. His name was Mateo, and he had spent years in a battle most wouldn't dare to face. As the candlelight flickered against the carved wood of the altar, Mateo raised his head, his eyes reflecting both sorrow and determination. A small satchel lay beside him, its contents carefully chosen, artifacts and tools that had been passed down to him, each one carrying the energy of countless lives that had believed, fought, and sometimes lost. For Mateo, this wasn't just a fight. It was a vow, an unspoken promise to those who had come to him, trembling, eyes wide with terror, recounting the same chilling words, "He's here. He's watching me." El Sombrerón. The name hung over Mateo's life like a shadow. He had never asked for this role, but it had found him all the same. His mother, a woman of fierce faith and unshakable will, had been the first to tell him the stories, not as warnings, but as a call to arms. She had taught him to listen to the fear in people's voices, to understand the weight of their terror, and to prepare for the moment when he would have to stand between them and the darkness. The first time Mateo saw El Sombrerón, he was only a boy. He remembered the tall figure, the wide-brimmed hat that seemed to swallow the light, the way the air around him grew colder, heavier, as if the world itself held its breath. He had felt paralyzed, a prey caught in the gaze of something ancient and merciless. But even then, something deeper stirred within him, a spark of defiance, a refusal to let the fear consume him. Years later, that spark had become a flame. Now, as the town whispered of another victim, Mateo rose from his place at the altar. He reached for the satchel, his fingers brushing against the worn leather. Each item inside carried its own story, a silver crucifix, a handful of blessed salt, a rosary that had belonged to his grandmother. But it wasn't just these tools that gave him strength. It was the memory of those he had saved, the faces of those who had dared to hope because of him. The door to the chapel creaked open, and a young woman stepped inside. Her face was pale, her eyes red from crying. She hesitated in the doorway, clutching a shawl tightly around her shoulders, as if it could shield her from the terror that followed her. "He's coming for me," she whispered, her voice trembling. Mateo nodded, his expression calm but serious. "Tell me what happened." The woman hesitated, her gaze darting to the shadows that seemed to stretch across the room. "It started a week ago. I heard the music, soft, faint, like a guitar. And then I saw him. He was there, in the distance, watching me. At first, I thought it was a dream, but he kept coming back. He's in my dreams now. And I can't escape." Her voice broke, and she buried her face in her hands. Mateo stepped forward, his presence steady and grounding. "You're not alone," he said firmly. "You're safe here." But they both knew the safety was temporary. El Sombrerón persistence was legendary. Once he chose a target, he did not stop. He did not relent. Mateo's mind raced as he listened to her story. He knew the signs too well: the music, the shadows, the feeling of being watched. This wasn't the first time he had faced the spirit, but each encounter was different, each one more dangerous than the last. As the woman sat trembling in the pews, Mateo prepared. He sprinkled the blessed salt along the windowsills and door frames, murmuring prayers under his breath. He placed candles at each corner of the room, their flames flickering in unison as if responding to an unseen force. And then he waited. The hours stretched on, the silence in the room growing heavier with each passing moment. The woman dozed fitfully, her body curled in on itself, while Mateo remained alert, his senses sharp. It wasn't long before he felt it, that shift in the air, that bone-deep chill that signaled the presence of something unnatural. The candles flickered violently, their flames nearly extinguished, and the faint sound of a guitar drifted through the still night. Mateo stood, his hand gripping the crucifix around his neck. The shadows along the walls deepened, pooling together into a darkness so thick it seemed to pulse. And then, he was there. El Sombrerón. The figure stood just beyond the threshold, his silhouette framed by the dim light of the street lamp outside. His wide-brimmed hat cast a shadow that obscured his face, but Mateo could feel the weight of his gaze, cold and unyielding. "You can't have her," Mateo said, his voice steady despite the fear coiling in his chest. The figure didn't move, but the air around him seemed to hum with tension, the kind that pressed against the skin and made it hard to breathe. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, with a sudden burst of wind, the candles extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Mateo didn't falter. He began to chant, his voice rising above the growing roar of the wind. The crucifix in his hand seemed to glow faintly, its silver surface reflecting the faint light of the moon. The figure at the threshold shifted, his form becoming less solid, more shadow than man. But he didn't cross the line. Mateo's protections held firm, the salt and prayers creating a barrier he couldn't breach. Finally, with one last, piercing stare, the figure began to dissolve, his form melting into the shadows until there was nothing left but the faint echo of a guitar string. When the candles relit, the room felt lighter, the oppressive weight lifted. The woman, still trembling, looked up at Mateo, her eyes filled with gratitude and awe. "He's gone," she whispered. Mateo nodded, though he knew better than to believe it was over. El Sombrerón never truly left. But for now, they were safe. For now. The shop smelled of leather and candle wax, a warm, earthy scent that spoke of years of dedication and craft. Rows of hats lined the walls, each one a masterpiece of detail and design. The hatmaker worked in silence, his fingers moving deftly over a piece of black felt, shaping it into something extraordinary. He had once loved this work, finding peace in the rhythm of creation. But tonight, his hands trembled. It wasn't exhaustion or age. It was rage, simmering just beneath the surface, twisting his thoughts into knots. The hatmaker had once been a quiet man, known for his skill and the kindness in his eyes. His creations were sought after far and wide, even whispered to bring good luck. But all that changed the day he met the man with the wide-brimmed hat. He had thought it a simple commission at first, a mysterious stranger appearing in his shop just before sunset, cloaked in shadows that seemed alive. The request was peculiar, but not unheard of, a black hat, wider than usual, its brim stretching impossibly far. The details were precise, the voice commanding yet calm. The stranger didn't barter or hesitate. He paid in gold coins that gleamed unnaturally, their weight heavy in the hatmaker's palm. But as the door closed behind him, a shiver ran through the craftsman's spine, and the shop seemed darker, colder. Weeks passed before the hatmaker realized the curse. Customers stopped coming. His work began to unravel, threads snapping, fabric tearing without reason. His hands, once steady as stone, betrayed him. And then came the dreams. Every night, he saw the man with the hat, standing at the edge of his bed, the shadows around him suffocating. The air in the room would grow thick, and the sound of a guitar would fill his ears, mournful and relentless. When he woke, he found black feathers scattered on the floor, though no bird had entered his room. It wasn't long before the hatmaker's life was in ruins. His once busy shop was now empty, his reputation tarnished by whispers of bad luck. And through it all, he knew it was the man with the hat. He began to piece together the stories, seeking answers from old women who still believed in tales told by firelight, from men who spoke of curses with hushed voices and darting eyes. The name came up again and again, El Sombrerón. A spirit, a demon, a tormentor who chose his victims with care and made them suffer until there was nothing left. But the hatmaker was not like the others. He would not cower or wait for the shadows to consume him. If this entity had taken his life, he would take something in return. His quest for vengeance began in the ruins of his shop. He worked by candlelight, his hands steady for the first time in months. Every stitch, every fold of fabric was laced with purpose. The hat he crafted was unlike anything he had made before, a mirror image of the one that haunted his dreams, but this one was meant to fight back. The process was painstaking, each step guided by stories he had heard, fragments of knowledge about how to bind power into an object. He used threads dipped in blessed oil, a needle forged from iron. The brim was lined with protective symbols, hidden in plain sight, and the crown carried a shard of obsidian said to trap spirits. The hatmaker's face grew gaunt as days turned into weeks, his body weakened by the toll of his work. But his resolve never wavered. He poured everything he had left into the creation, knowing this was his only chance. When it was finished, the hat sat on his workbench, radiating an energy he couldn't quite describe. He stared at it for a long time, the weight of his decisions settling on his shoulders. And then he waited. The night he wore the hat, the air outside was eerily still, the town wrapped in an unnatural silence. He lit a single candle in the center of the shop and sat in the chair where it all began. The shadows seemed to gather around him, pressing closer as the minutes passed. The guitar music started faintly, a distant melody that sent a chill down his spine. But he didn't move. He stayed seated, his fingers brushing the brim of the hat he had made. The door opened without a sound, though he had locked it. The man with the wide-brimmed hat stood there, just as he had on that first night, his silhouette swallowing the light. For the first time, the hatmaker spoke. "You've taken enough from me," he said, his voice steady but laced with fury. "Now, you'll give it back." The figure stepped inside, the air growing colder with each movement. But as he drew closer, the hatmaker placed his creation on his head. The moment the hat settled, the air shifted. The shadows around El Sombrerón recoiled, twisting and writhing as if in pain. The figure froze, his form flickering like a flame in the wind. The symbols hidden within the hat began to glow faintly, and the obsidian shard pulsed with a dark light. The hatmaker felt the power coursing through him, a connection to something ancient and primal. He stood, meeting the figure's gaze head-on. "You think you can torment us forever?" he said, his voice rising. "Not anymore." The figure lunged, but the hatmaker was ready. With a shout, he reached for the brim of the hat, tearing it off and throwing it toward El Sombrerón. The air crackled as the two forces collided, light and shadow clashing in a violent storm. When it was over, the room was silent. The figure was gone, his presence erased as if he had never existed. The hatmaker stood alone in the wreckage of his shop, the cursed hat now nothing more than ash. His body ached, his energy spent, but he felt lighter, freer. He stepped outside into the cool night air, the stars above shining brighter than they had in months. For the first time, he allowed himself to hope. But in the distance, faint and fleeting, the sound of a guitar lingered in the wind. The night was heavy with silence, a suffocating stillness that wrapped around the town like a shroud. Every sound, an owl's distant call, the rustle of leaves in a faint breeze, felt amplified, yet muted, as though the world were holding its breath. Beneath this oppressive quiet, Maria stood at the edge of the forest, her heart pounding with a rhythm that seemed to echo in the darkness. The warnings had been clear. Do not follow the music. Do not venture out after dark alone. Do not, under any circumstances, cross paths with the man in the wide-brimmed hat. Yet here she was, her fingers clutching the talisman her grandmother had pressed into her hands with trembling urgency. Remember, her grandmother had whispered, "He is more shadow than man." But even shadows can be broken by the light. The first notes reached her ears, soft and melancholic, as if plucked from the strings of her own fear. The guitar's melody wove through the air, pulling her forward with a magnetic force that defied reason. Her breaths came shallow now, each step toward the forest feeling like stepping into another world, a place where myths breathed and reality frayed at the edges. She had heard the stories her whole life, tales of girls disappearing, of footsteps that followed but left no prints, of hair braided as they slept, each plate a silent warning. Yet hearing was one thing. Standing here, with the music growing louder, was another. The path was barely visible, swallowed by the shadows of towering trees. The air grew colder with each step, biting at her skin and seeping into her bones. And then she saw him. He stood in a clearing, the brim of his hat casting his face into darkness. The guitar rested against him, its strings vibrating with a song that seemed to bleed sorrow and menace. The figure was unnaturally still, as though carved from the night itself, yet the shadows around him writhed as if alive. Maria's grip on the talisman tightened. "Why me?" she called, her voice shaking but resolute. The music stopped abruptly, the silence crashing down like a physical blow. When he spoke, his voice was a low, haunting whisper, carrying across the clearing with unnatural clarity. "Because you looked into the shadows," he said. "And now, they look back." He took a step toward her, and the ground seemed to shift beneath her feet. The shadows stretched and coiled, reaching for her like living things. Maria's pulse thundered in her ears as she fumbled with the talisman, her grandmother's voice a faint echo in her mind. She raised the talisman high, its surface catching the faint moonlight that had broken through the canopy. The shadows recoiled, hissing like steam against fire. For the first time, the figure flinched, his form flickering as though struggling to maintain its shape. "You think that will save you?" he hissed, his voice sharp and mocking. Maria forced herself to meet his gaze, or where his gaze should have been. His eyes were nothing but voids, endless and consuming, yet she refused to look away. "It's not about saving myself," she said, her voice stronger now. "It's about stopping you." The words seemed to ignite something in the air, a tension that crackled like lightning. The shadows surged forward, but Maria stood her ground, the talisman glowing brighter with each passing second. She began to speak, not to him, but to the shadows, reciting words her grandmother had taught her, words that felt older than the trees around her. The air vibrated with power, the clearing illuminated by a light that seemed to emanate from within her. Sombrerón let out a guttural growl, his form distorting and fracturing. The shadows twisted in agony, their movements frantic and uncoordinated. The guitar fell silent, the strings snapping one by one with an eerie finality. "You think you can banish me," he snarled, his voice echoing with fury. "I am the night. I am every shadow that haunts your kind. You cannot kill what cannot die." Maria's hands trembled, but she didn't falter. "You're not the night," she said. "You're just a story. And stories can be rewritten." With a final burst of light, the talisman shattered in her hands, releasing a wave of energy that rippled through the clearing. The shadows disintegrated, unraveling like smoke in the wind. Sombrerón let out a scream that was more rage than pain, his figure collapsing into itself until nothing remained but the faint scent of earth and rain. The silence returned, but it was no longer oppressive. It was peaceful, filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. Maria sank to her knees, the shattered pieces of the talisman scattered around her. She had done it, or so she thought. As she rose, her legs unsteady, she noticed a single black feather at her feet, its edges shimmering faintly in the moonlight. She picked it up, her fingers brushing against its cool surface. And then, in the distance, faint but unmistakable, the sound of a guitar drifted through the trees. The fire crackled softly in the center of the circle, its light painting fleeting shadows on the weathered faces of those gathered. Elena stood at the edge, her hands trembling but steady as she clutched the ancient book. Its pages were worn thin, the ink faded but legible, each word carrying the weight of centuries. Around her, the forest loomed, its towering trees bending slightly, as if eavesdropping on the ritual that was about to begin. It had come to this. The curse that had haunted her bloodline, her town, her people, could not be endured any longer. Too many lives had been lost, too many souls consumed by the man in the wide-brimmed hat. And now, the whispers of her grandmother's warnings had crystallized into this unbearable truth. It required a sacrifice. The book detailed it all, the incantation, the circle, the fire. But one sentence, scrawled in a frantic hand at the bottom of the last page, had struck her like a thunderclap: the price is always a life. The forest fell silent as Elena stepped forward, her breath visible in the chill of the night. She could feel their eyes on her, the others who had joined her in defiance of the legend. Some held candles, their flickering flames barely illuminating faces etched with fear and hope. Others carried talismans or clutched rosaries, silent prayers falling from trembling lips. The wind shifted, and with it came the sound they had been dreading, the haunting melody of the guitar. It wasn't loud, not yet. It wove through the air like a whisper, brushing against their ears and planting seeds of dread. Elena's pulse quickened, her grip on the book tightening as she knelt by the fire. "The circle will hold him," an elder muttered, though his voice carried the weight of uncertainty. "If you're quick." She nodded but didn't answer. There was no point in pretending they weren't all terrified. The curse was alive now, its presence pressing against them with an almost physical weight. It had to end tonight, or it never would. The first verse of the chant left her lips, trembling but resolute. The words were unfamiliar, a language older than any she had heard, yet they poured from her as if etched into her very soul. The flames of the fire leapt higher, their heat clawing at her skin, but she didn't stop. The music grew louder. It wasn't just sound, it was alive, crawling into their minds, their hearts, unearthing memories of their deepest fears. Several of the watchers flinched, some clutching at their ears, but Elena kept chanting. She couldn't falter now. And then, he appeared. Sombrerón stepped from the shadows as though they had birthed him. The wide brim of his hat obscured his face, but there was no mistaking the darkness that radiated from him, thick and suffocating. The guitar hung at his side, its strings gleaming as though wet with dew, though no dew had fallen that night. He stopped at the edge of the circle, the firelight casting his figure into sharp relief. Slowly, his head tilted toward her, an almost curious motion. "Do you know what you're doing?" he asked, his voice a deep, resonant thing that felt like the weight of 1,000 nights pressing down. Elena's heart clenched, but she forced herself to meet the void where his eyes should have been. "Yes," she whispered. "I do." He laughed then, a sound that wasn't laughter at all but a mockery of it, jagged and hollow. "You think your words will bind me? You think your fire will hold me?" He stepped closer, his foot hovering over the circle's boundary. "You have no idea what you're—" The flames roared upward, bright and fierce, forcing him back. For the first time, he recoiled, his form flickering as though the light itself wounded him. Elena seized the moment, her voice rising as she chanted the final stanza. The forest seemed to close in, the wind howling through the trees, carrying with it voices, soft, sorrowful cries of those who had been lost to him. They grew louder, overlapping, a cacophony of grief and rage that filled the night. Elena felt the weight of them pressing against her chest, threatening to crush her, but she pressed on. And then she reached the final word. The book fell silent. The fire burned higher than ever, its light blinding, and the shadows screamed. Sombrerón staggered, his form disintegrating at the edges, but he didn't disappear. Instead, he turned his gaze to Elena, his voice now low and venomous. "You cannot undo what I am without paying the price," he hissed. "A curse doesn't break, it shifts. Are you willing to pay it?" Her breath caught. She knew the answer before he even asked. She had known it the moment she picked up the book, the moment her grandmother's trembling hands had passed the talisman to her. The weight of generations pressed against her shoulders, and she straightened under it. "I am." The words were simple, but they carried a finality that hung heavy in the air. The others cried out, some rushing forward, but she raised her hand to stop them. "This is how it has to be," she said, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. El Sombrerán's form surged toward her, the shadows coiling around her like a serpent. Pain erupted in her chest, sharp and searing, but she didn't scream. She closed her eyes and focused on the faces of those she loved, the laughter of children, the quiet strength of her grandmother's voice. The light from the fire erupted outward in a final, blinding flash, engulfing them both. When it cleared, the circle was empty. The fire had died, leaving only embers that glowed faintly in the stillness. The guitar lay shattered on the ground, its string snapped, its body cracked. And in the air, faint but unmistakable, was the scent of wildflowers. The watchers stood in stunned silence, their breaths frozen in their throats. One by one, they began to weep, not out of fear, but something else. Something like relief. But as the dawn began to creep through the trees, one among them bent down, picking up a single object left behind in the ashes, a wide-brimmed hat, its edges singed. The morning after the ritual dawned with an unsettling stillness. The birds, usually the first to greet the sun, were eerily quiet. A thick fog clung to the ground, wrapping the trees in a cold embrace, and the scent of damp earth hung in the air like a warning. Elena stood at the edge of the forest, gazing at the spot where she had sealed the curse, her heart heavy with the price she had paid. She had given everything to break the cycle, to end the terror that had haunted her town, her family, for generations. The forest felt different now, silent, but there was something more to it, something that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. It was as if the land itself had exhaled a long, slow breath, letting go of something ancient. But even with the dark figure of El Sombrerón gone, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that something still lingered. She had seen him fade, his form crumbling into shadows, but the whispers didn't stop. No, they had only grown louder in her mind. His voice echoed, faint but persistent, like a song carried on the wind. El Sombrerón, she whispered under her breath, as if saying his name could make him real again. The thought made her stomach turn. She had given her soul to destroy him, but perhaps she had only sealed her own fate. Days passed, and the town settled back into a quiet rhythm, its people trying to forget the horrors of the past. But Elena couldn't. She had seen the shadows in the corner of her eyes, the flicker of something moving just out of sight. She heard the faint strum of a guitar when there was no one around, a haunting melody that seemed to follow her, no matter how far she went. It happened late one evening, when she walked along the dirt path near the edge of the forest. She had heard the stories of how El Sombrerón would return when the night was at its darkest, creeping into the hearts of the vulnerable. But Elena had fought too hard, given too much, to be afraid of ghost stories. Still, as the fog rolled in thicker than before, she couldn't help but glance over her shoulder. The soft strumming of a guitar broke the silence, so faint at first, she thought it was just the wind. But then the notes became clearer, sharper, like the sound of a distant memory clawing its way back into her consciousness. She stopped dead in her tracks, a chill crawling up her spine. The air around her seemed to grow colder, the weight of something unseen pressing down on her. She spun around, half expecting to see him standing there, his hat low over his face, his eerie guitar in hand. But there was nothing. The path behind her remained empty, the trees standing like silent sentinels, their branches swaying slightly in the breeze. Yet the music didn't stop. A deep, unsettling silence followed, the kind that made the ground feel too still, too quiet. Elena's breath caught in her throat, and for the briefest moment, she thought she saw something at the edge of the fog, a shadow, barely noticeable, moving with a strange, slow grace. It was the way the darkness shifted that reminded her of him, his tall figure slipping in and out of sight like an elusive ghost. "Stop it," she whispered, as if by saying the words aloud she could banish the feeling, the presence that lingered like a bad dream. The fog parted, revealing a figure in the distance. She couldn't see his face, but there was no mistaking the hat, the wide brim casting shadows across the figure's silhouette. He didn't move, he simply stood there, like a dark statue, waiting. Her heart hammered in her chest as she took a hesitant step forward, then another. But the closer she got, the more the figure seemed to fade, as if the mist was swallowing him whole, making him vanish before her very eyes. Her hand reached out, and the air around her grew heavy, the world tilting on its axis. The music stopped abruptly, and she felt a pang of panic. She knew he was close, knew the legend wasn't over. Maybe it never would be. The fear that had gripped her before, the terror she thought was gone, surged back, wrapping its cold fingers around her heart. Elena turned to run, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness, but as she moved, the fog thickened, swirling around her in tight, suffocating patterns. She couldn't see where the path ended or where it began. The world had narrowed to nothing but mist, shadows, and that same haunting tune, now louder, clearer. Her breath was quick, panicked, but every time she looked back, the shadow of El Sombrerón seemed to drift just beyond her reach. No matter how fast she ran, no matter how hard she tried to shake the feeling of being watched, he was there, always just out of sight, always waiting. Then came the eyes. They weren't real, she knew that much. But the sensation of them, those cold, empty eyes, burned through her like a fever, paralyzing her with dread. For a brief, torturous moment, she thought she could see them, glowing from the depths of the fog, staring straight at her. They were not eyes she had seen before, but they were familiar. She couldn't escape them. And suddenly, she realized, the curse wasn't just tied to the forest, to the land. It was in her now, too. It had lived in her blood all along, waiting for a moment to return. As she stumbled, breathless, the guitar music began again, louder this time, more intense, resonating in her chest as if it were inside her. And just as the fog started to clear, she saw it, El Sombrerón, standing before her, his hat tipped just enough to reveal a shadowed face. His lips barely moved, but she heard the whisper clear as day. It's never truly over. The fog swallowed him whole, and the music ceased. Elena stood alone on the path, her heart racing in her chest. The fog lingered, but the figure was gone. She knew she hadn't imagined it. She knew he had come back, not as the physical form she had defeated, but as something more insidious, a presence that would always haunt her, just beyond the edge of her sight. And the strangest thing was, as she turned and walked away, the music still echoed in her ears, like a faint lullaby, a reminder that the legend, the curse, would live on, waiting for its next moment to rise. The air felt different that night, heavy, thick with a kind of stillness that made the hairs on the back of Mark's neck stand on end. He was used to late nights, used to the quiet of the town, but tonight was different. The streets seemed to whisper, the trees along the sidewalk bending and swaying as if they were alive, as if they could hear the tremors in the atmosphere. He pulled his coat tighter around himself, quickening his steps. It wasn't just the strange weather that unsettled him, it was the silence, the absence of the usual noises that accompanied a quiet evening. Even the crickets had stopped singing, as if they too were waiting, listening. As he passed the old church at the corner of the road, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following him. He'd been walking this same route for years, and tonight, something felt off. The faint sound of a guitar drifted in the air, soft at first, like an echo from a distant memory. The tune was familiar, he had heard it before, or at least something like it. A chill ran through him, and he paused. He stood in the middle of the road, eyes darting from one side to the other, half expecting to see someone emerging from the shadows. But there was nothing. No figure, no movement, just the endless stretch of empty street ahead. The guitar continued to play, the haunting melody cutting through the silence. Mark tried to convince himself it was just the wind carrying the sound from some forgotten corner of the town. But deep down, he knew better. He had heard the stories. Everyone had. El Sombrerón was a name that haunted every generation, passed down through hushed whispers, always lingering just beneath the surface of every conversation. He turned on his heel and quickened his pace. His thoughts were racing, a pit opening in his stomach. Was it possible? Had the legend found him after all these years? No, he thought. It couldn't be. Not here. Not now. Yet, the closer he got to his house, the stronger the music became. It wasn't just the guitar anymore. He could hear the faint rustle of something else, a soft shuffle, like boots scraping against dirt, the whisper of footsteps in the distance. His breath hitched as he looked over his shoulder again, half expecting to see that dark, looming figure that had haunted his dreams as a child. Nothing. He reached the gate of his house, his pulse quickening. He hesitated for a moment, his hand resting on the iron fence as he stared at the front door. The air felt thick again, the kind of thickness that suffocated you, like the weight of something unseen pressing down on you. The sound of the guitar was louder now, clearer. His mind screamed at him to go inside, lock the door, turn on the lights, and forget about it. But his feet refused to move. They were frozen in place, as if something was pulling at him, something he couldn't see but could feel deep in his chest, like the tug of a distant memory long forgotten. Then, through the fog that had started to gather in the street, he saw it. A figure. At first, it was just a shadow, barely visible, but as it drew closer, Mark could make out the outline, tall, broad-shouldered, with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured its face. His breath caught in his throat, and his body went rigid with fear. He had seen this before, in stories, in nightmares, in the eyes of those who had claimed to have survived the encounter. El Sombrerón. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It simply stood there, watching, waiting, as if testing Mark's resolve. The guitar played on, but now it was louder, filling the air, filling his mind, a haunting tune that felt like it was wrapping itself around his heart, squeezing tighter with each passing second. Mark tried to scream, tried to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think, his body locked in place as the figure took a slow step toward him. And then another. And another. The shadow was so close now that Mark could almost feel the chill of it, like the cold breath of something ancient and forgotten. His heart was racing, his palms sweating, but all he could do was stare at the figure, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, the guitar stopped. The silence was suffocating. Mark's heart pounded in his chest, his mind screaming at him to move, to do something, anything. But he was frozen, incapable of breaking the spell that seemed to hold him in place. The figure took one final step forward, and for the briefest of moments, Mark could see its face. It wasn't just any face, it was his. A mirror image, a reflection twisted by something dark and ancient, something wrong. The eyes were empty, hollow, as if drained of all life, and the corners of the lips twisted into a smile that was anything but comforting. Mark's breath caught in his throat. He stumbled back, his legs giving way beneath him. He tried to scream, to run, but the shadow was already too close. He could feel the weight of it, the presence, pressing down on him like an invisible hand. The figure raised its hand, and Mark could feel the air grow cold around him. The figure's lips moved, but the words were soft, carried on the wind, like a distant echo. The cycle continues. And then, just like that, the figure was gone. The street was empty, the fog lifting, the sound of the guitar fading into nothingness. But Mark was left standing there, shaking, his heart pounding in his chest, his body covered in cold sweat. He stumbled inside, locking the door behind him, but as he sank to the floor, his mind couldn't shake the feeling that the legend had not just visited him, it had claimed him. And just as the stories had said, it was never over. It never ended. The cycle was starting again, and this time, Mark knew, there would be no escaping it.